Stop number 2 on this 7 weeks long USTA Pro Circuit SoCal Summer Series takes us to the University of San Diego and the Skip and Cindy Hogan Tennis Center for some 15K action. I'm Brian Fenley. Joined with me is esteemed college coach and working with so many different tennis players in Mark Bay. Mark, good to talk to you again. Excited to have this day with you with two semis on the men's side and the women's side as well, followed by doubles finals. So we're going to have a busy day. Excited to get things started with you.
Brian, I'm so happy to be here. I know Alex the Great Gruskin is out today, and I'm happy to be the sub, but I think I'm going to be ready to go and pop in here. So you guys set the bar real high last week, and I'm happy to just be part of it. Very excited, quite familiar with most of the players. So I think it's going to be a great afternoon of tennis, and I'm happy that Mother Nature has finally cooperated.
Yeah, we had about an hour-long delay because of drizzle in the area. So we were initially, as you said, we were supposed to start at 10:30 local time here. 11:30 is when we are going to get things underway. And it was interesting, Mark, talking to those around here, and they were discussing the court surface. They say it's really slow, slower than clay courts. And then when you add on some of the saturation from the rain, and I'm curious to know your perspective on how that might influence the way these upcoming matches start. And of course, we'll start with women's semifinals in a matter of moments.
I will say this. I have, for many years, hit at those courts at University of San Diego because the national championships have actually used that as a site back in the day. And when they are freshly resurfaced, it is slow there. Not French Open slow. A hard court's still a hard court. Balls will get through that are well hit by some of these players with the big 80-mile-an-hour ground strokes. But I definitely feel that the grittier, slower court condition will allow for some more competitive rallies and can possibly, in some matchups, make it a little bit easier, for example, for a Tian to defend against Crawford's power, if you will. So there's for sure going to be some, I think, ways that the court surface will manifest itself in the matches. But I think that the tennis has been very quality high and really competitive. And I don't think that today will disappoint. And I think that the surface will just add to today's drama.
I'm looking forward to picking your brain as these matches go on about how the strategies, the game styles of these players are influenced, as you said, by the court surface, but also the temperature, 63 degrees, and the conditions out there. Our day is going to get started, as we mentioned, with women's semifinals. Samantha Crawford taking on Fangran Tian from China. Tian, of course, just won the USTA National Championship in singles as a freshman at UCLA, so we'll have that one. Also, Nikki Radulek from the United States taking on the 15-year-old Aspen Schumann. You talk about those two matchups. They're going to happen concurrently on courts 1 and 4, respectively. What stands out to you I mentioned those four athletes and what they bring to the table?
Well, I feel Crawford and Tian, you have sort of a veteran in Crawford that actually has missed some time with injuries and now is kind of back playing. So she at 600 in the world is sort of the number one seed and maybe the top dog. But Tian is probably the hottest player out here right now, doing a great job last week of getting to a final and obviously winning NCAAs. And then on the other side, you got some really feisty upstart with Schumann, who she got to the finals of the Easter Bowl in junior. So when I wear my junior hat, obviously I see her, just recently out in the desert. And Nikki Redlick, I was at NCAAs, and she obviously has been a formidable player and done a great job down low for Pepperdine for all these years. So I feel that you've got some really interesting qualifier momentum on court 4, and then you got sort of a veteran versus an upstart right now with Tian, who's just finished her freshman year, but clearly is earning some respect out here in Southern California.
And we'll continue to get deeper into those bios. As you mentioned, Mark, we do have action underway here on court 4. Nikki Radulek taking on Aspen Schumann. And so that's on the right side of your screen. And just getting underway on the left side is Crawford, the 1 seed against Fangran Tian. Of the 8 seeded players on the women's side, many of them had first round exits. The only out of the 4 remaining in the semifinals that is ranked is Samantha Crawford. And she's on the far side of your screen on the left side, taking on Tien, who is serving. By the way, Schumann is serving on the far side of your screen on the right side, with Radelic receiving. Mark, what do you think about Tien's game and where her biggest strengths are?
Well, she actually came to college coming from Beijing as more of a baseliner, one that tends to just play solid and have good directionals. And I think that credit to Coach Stella Sampras and Rance Brown, they have actually gotten her to be much more comfortable moving forward. I was pleasantly surprised in the last couple of rounds of NCAAs at how well she was taking balls early and cutting off the court. So I'm looking to see not only is she going to be consistent off the ground, but is she going to actually look to dictate to Crawford, even though Crawford's probably the person that's looking to probably be in control of time and space.
And it's going to be a busy day for Tien because she's also part of the double final later on today and is going to be partnering up with her UCLA teammate, Kimmi Hance. Break points on Tien's service in this opening game. Tough start there, Mark, for Tien, who was broken at 15, all the while on the right side. We had Schumann holding in her initial service game. But for Tien, just 19 years old, 9 years younger than Crawford, has to find a way to rebound here after a start that she did not envision. As we look at what she's had to go through, Tien, to get to this spot in the semis. As far as Tien, she's been on the court of those wins, 4 hours and 35 minutes. Crawford will serve now. 6'2", 28 years old, 580 in the world, the 1 seed, born in Atlanta, Georgia. And she's had her fair share of injury issues. Good to see her back playing competitively. Nikki Radelic, 21 years old, on the right side of your screen. The 15-year-old Aspen Schumann. Radelic is serving. Has 1 more year left at Pepperdine. So we're seeing some really outstanding teenagers slash late in their college careers level of talent. Back on serve here in our women's semifinal matches happening on courts 1 and 4. Mark Bay, I'm Brian Fenley. Serving to the left side of your screen is Tien at 2-all.
And that's an example right away, Brian, of the type of tennis Crawford wants to play, going big. The Tien serve is a good serve, but it's not necessarily that fast in terms of miles per hour or has that much movement. So if Crawford can get the first strike and get ahead, Tien's going to have to be challenged right away on the serve and make it, I think, a little bit more difficult for her to assess what type of strategy she wants to do on the first balls. And that's well played. So I think that Tien, in that point, was able to get beyond that initial knockout blow of Crawford and then start negotiating more cross court and down the line types of shot combinations. And I think in that instance, where she can use her speed and ability to misdirect, can create opportunities. That was clearly just a let court where she was fortunate. But I think that getting into the point is what, Tien wants to do instead of getting overwhelmed in the first 3 shots at the point.
Really, Mark, they're trying to go offensive. Crawford with that second serve return, but it can't be stated enough how well Tien has been playing. As you mentioned earlier, she was a finalist last week in Rancho Santa Fe, has won 7 of 8 matches on the SoCal Pro Series. In those 7 wins, Mark, she's only lost 2 sets. Just shows you how methodical she is against her opposition.
Yeah, it's quite a role that she's on, Tien. And talking to her coaches, I found out that she's still in school right now, Brian. She has finals coming up. So she is doing all of this tennis damage here and still going back to the hotel room and doing homework.
It's amazing, Mark. And she was just the second Bruin, as she is a UCLA Bruin, on the women's side to win the singles NCAA championship. And she did it, Mark, 6 wins in 6 days. You know how that works. You were part of the calls for the NCAAs in Orlando. How grueling is it to do what she did?
It's much tougher if the team is going deep into the team tournament, but the heat and the challenges that obviously happened many years in addition to this year make it extremely difficult. But she just was steady Eddie, great routines, and her winning of her very first round match against the Iowa State girl, where she had some challenges and a little bit of a rivalry going with her throughout the season. Getting past that win was the one that kind of freed her up, if you will. Then she went on a great run. Looking at a point that's lasted over 30 balls here on the right side of the screen. Redelik serving, try to tie this up, but I'm not kidding. This is 40 hits now. And it must have been called wide. It was very close, but called wide. That is one heck of a point they just played. So that allows Redelik to hold. That was a 40-30 point that went well over 40 balls. And obviously both young ladies now are going to the towel and catching their breath as necessary.
Redelik won the quarterfinals against Catherine Huey. 6-1, 2-6, 7-6. Broke 9 times. Mark, she had 17 break points.
There were a whole bunch of tiebreakers that were critical in all of the different quarterfinal matches. Ironically, Brian, in looking, not one of the tiebreakers really went beyond 7-2. It was a lot of 7-1 and 7-2 tiebreakers in the competitions yesterday.
One of the big problems for Huey was she had 20 double faults in that quarterfinal, even though she did win 8 games on her return. But sometimes it's those self-inflicted mistakes that can really hamper the cause.
Yeah, no doubt. That's too big of a number, no matter who you're playing. These rallies for sure are conversations early on. Who's steadier, who moves better, who's going to take the bigger risk and go up the line? Can people defend after the directions have been changed? So I always like the early components in matches just to see how people are doing in terms of nerves and then what the tactics are that day, what the coaches have dialed up for the strategies. And there's a drop shot. So that's another question. And Schulman's got the answer with the drop shot lob. Most certainly something in the early part of a match you want to challenge, you want to see. Redlick has been using a slice tactic from the baseline, but sometimes you don't always see people that even have good slices run forward as well. So that was a piece of information that Aspen, being younger, I'm sure she asked that question a lot of her opponents in junior tennis.
Aspen won the J100 event in Santo Domingo in May. This is the first event of the SoCal USTA Summer Series that she is participating in.
Missed it. And just from watching so far, some of the rallies that they've had in this game, the Schumann backhand is really clean, a lot of distance and depth on it. She tends to, I think, try to elevate and shape, change speeds, and open up the court a little bit more with the forehand. I'll see how the points go if that changes with the score line changing or if she sort of sticks to that pattern of play.
That is just excellent work, Mark. And 2 errors, you add on a forehand inside in. That's 3 straight points for Schumann, burying herself in an early love 30 hole, but she has found a way out of that with a game point on the horizon.
Oh, the ball's called long.
Yeah.
So definitely Schumann doing a great job of competing and holding serve there, but it seems like she's mixing those forehands with height and then drawing, really precise backhand lines in terms of her cross court. I just like, Brian, the dynamics at this level, this 15K tournament level, because you have such a diverse melting pot of players that are out there playing the tour and collegiate players that are now trying to get some points in the summer and junior players who are trying to actually build their resume and sort of test from a perspective sense where they stand versus the group. So it's such a neat combination, clustering of players. And I really think you can throw all these rankings out the window. 614, 1042, 1788, 862. It's just 4 good tennis players that have earned their way to the semis. And Let's see who can come out on top.
Now, that's one, Mark, that Crawford rarely misses. She's been up since breaking in the initial game. And now Tien in good position here to stay in touch.
Well, when I was talking a little bit with Coach Rance Brown about it, he said, Crawford hits a big shot, but he says that Tien is actually good at just defending pace. That's an ace down the tee, so that's a big serve and a weapon. And so Tien has put together a nice combination of lateral movement, 3 points on the serve, and defending against Crawford's offense. So that's a quick 5-2 lead for NCAA champion.
Yeah, so I might have misspoke earlier, but so Tien was broken right away, but she has come right back and now leads 5-2 after that ace up the tee. 5-2 in front of the 1 seed Crawford. As we now go to a 2-box, Nikki Radelick, the qualifier, Aspen Schumann, a qualifier. They've had to win, Mark, 2 extra matches just to get into the main draw.
That's exactly right. But sometimes fitness could be an issue at the end of a tournament relative to that. But Brian, there's nothing like the momentum and confidence associated with doing well at an event. The most important, in my opinion, part of professional tennis is in the early stages of your career, learning how to go through the cues and come through as a qualifier and earn your way into the draw. It's just a really important playing and psychological growth experience. That's just long. This match for sure will end up just taking more time. Crawford and Tien are going to play much more of an up-tempo, quicker style, and there'll be a lot of points that'll be under 5 hits, where Redelick and Schumann, I think, are going to get beyond 10 balls a point, a much higher fraction of the total match.
Crawford needs to hold to extend this opening set. She's coming off a quarterfinal victory against Taylor Johnson. Needed 2 hours and 28 minutes to dispatch her opponent in 3 sets. It's been quite the inspiring journey here for Samantha Crawford, considering that there were 5 years between 2017 and 2022 where she was not playing competitive tennis, myriad of injuries, has come back, fought back, actually finished her degree in sports management at the University of Florida, and is back healthy and playing competitive tennis after, you remember, breaking inside the top 100 in the world. She did back in, I believe, 2016.
It's been a while. I remember seeing her for the first time when she was 12 or 13 years old at the USTA National Training Center, which was in Boca at the time when she was younger. And she was getting grooming and training at that point. So I've been familiar with her and her game for quite some time. And it's hard. Injuries and the road back. It's great to see Alexander Zverev get back into the semis this past week at French Open. It doesn't matter who you are. It's so difficult when you've been out of the game and you're trying to work your way back up. And it's great to see that Samantha's back in good health and competing.
This is the first semifinal in what is her 11th event this year for Crawford that she's made. Last 6 events were on clay.
Yeah, it was a big swing of clay court tournaments, and now quite a few more hardcore tournaments that are obviously the Southern California series has got 7 weeks in a row here. It's a big forehand.
How do you think Crawford's game suits a surface like this?
Well, I think if it really is, in fact, a teensy bit slower, she's probably not as happy. It's still a hard court, and her great serves and great powerful ground strokes that go over 80 miles an hour are going to be penetrating. I just think that the little engine that could from Beijing is just ready for the task here, and so far has been willing to fight her tooth and nail and just make it more difficult for Crawford to get winners. Crawford needs to probably win with an aggressive ground stroke. Doesn't look like she wants to come in as much. And obviously a double fault doesn't help her cause it out at all.
It does not. And a set point has been proliferated here.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, she just not having enough legs underneath the serve. She's sort of standing up tall, which posture is important in serving. But on the second serve, you need to feel your legs and then really go up and feel the ball. And that was almost kind of an angry double fault there that didn't have any legs or shape on that serve. So first sets in the record books. UCLA Bruin, who has won a lot of sets, is already up 6-2. And now coming back to this battle, yeah, this one's going to take a while.
Yeah, this one much more even. Into our seventh game. Schumann, Mark, likes to hit those heavy balls into the corners, trying to elicit mistakes, it seems, from Radulek. That seems to be a pattern of play that she's gone to quite frequently.
Well, I think that she's showing a bunch of variety. I like her composure. I mean, if you tell me she's 15, I'm not necessarily sure that I'm seeing a 15-year-old. I think she's matured beyond her years. And so far, here, you just down love 30. She just took a page out of the Alcaraz book. Alcaraz is often venturing to the net and being aggressive when he's down and score. This is a critical moment. Some people feel the seventh game in tennis is a crucial game. I agree sometimes. I think a lot of games are crucial. Sometimes it's just the timing of them in sets. But if this really is a critical game here and she needs to hold, then she's taking a lot, in my opinion, of sense of purpose towards it.
She got out to a great start this week, taking down the winner from last week, Megan McRae, in the opening round. And that was the first round where McRae, who was last week's winner, Rancho Santa Fe, actually had to retire an hour and 2 minutes in, did not finish the second set. It was 2-1 when McRae had to pull out.
That's well played. I think that Schumann, to me, is in her own comfort zone of the way she likes to play it. It seems like she's mixing and probing and trying to problem solve. But I think if this is a college match and I could talk to her right now, I might encourage her to stay close to the baseline and play a little bit more up tempo and go through the Radulek backhand. I think Schumann's backhand is really clean, and if she pressured Radulek, she might be able to get her to cough up some slices that could be attackable balls. But it seems like she definitely likes to take the forehand and explore heights and angles, and then sort of drive the backhand. This is sort of the style, at least this 6 games she's been playing.
The definition of a grindy point. How about that, Mark?
Truly incredible point. These girls are going at it. Love, love, love the intensity and the fight. Redelik just throttled in there and refused to lose that game. Wow.
Spectacular long rallies have been commonplace in that one. The outright lead goes to Redelik after breaking Schumann, the 15-year-old, at 30 there to change over. And we're already into the second set here on court one in the other semifinal. Crawford finds herself down a set. And if you're her coach right now, Mark, how do you mentally, confidence-wise, get her to gain better traction in this one?
I think that Crawford's game is quite simple. So starts here with the serve and return. She has to do a much better job on serve and return. I think that her serve percentage, like you can see here with the double faults, it's not been on the mark. So Tian is going to try to put the majority of the balls in play. But if I looked at how many times has Crawford gotten a free point on serve, a free point after a return, or successfully done a serve plus one that hasn't come back, like those kind of bread and butter early point ways to win, I'd say that she's under 10 right now in that category. So most certainly not a high enough number to make a dent in this match. And Tian, I think, is just on automatic pilot right now and just doing what she does to win matches. See, like that first ball error there by Crawford, that's sort of a check out. It's like a bailout. She's falling backwards to go backhand line flat there. Under no circumstances is that going to be the ticket to probably get her back into this match. So hopefully she settles in and makes some good decisions here. She didn't want to go down a break here in the second early because this match could get away from her very quickly.
It just seems just a little bit of lethargy there on that backhand side. By the way, Crawford, 4 double faults, has made just 46% of her first serves. And it started out, Mark, so good for her. She broke right away. But ever since then, she has lost 8 of the next 9 games and now finds herself dealing with 2 break chances against her service.
Well, that's one saved. Also, you have to take a look at just the total amount of matches that you play towards the end of a collegiate season in terms of aggregate total matches. Tian has played a ton of tennis. We're playing 15 Ks and 25 Ks. Maybe one week you win 2 matches, one week you lose first round, one week you win 3. The match count is variable. Excuse me. Where in college tennis, it's predictable and substantive. Well, that's a great ball. Great shot by Crawford. And that's the type of point she likes to do within serve and return, almost win that collision to create a ball with time and then step up, dictate, enforce, and hit either winners or forcing shots that are not coming back.
That's her 5th saved break point for Crawford. That seems to be something commonplace, Mark, where the depth on a second serve return from Tien is throwing off the rhythm and the flow of Crawford, aiming it to her backhand, taking her out of her own rhythm. This is the 9th break chance of this match on Crawford's serve.
Nice job. I'm happy to see that Crawford is settled in and is competing this game and staying in these points. I was worried in the early stages because she was getting a little frustrated, and with good reason, but she's rebounded nicely here and putting together some good patterns. See how she plays this deuce point. Winning more points on second serves has to be one of the top priorities for Crawford, who has pushed aside 3 break chances as a game point at her disposal, winning 36% of her second serve points. Crawford, that's a number that she has to get up in a hurry. Yeah, it's also linked to the double faults too.
Yeah.
The double fault count is part of that 36%. Just a bit of a miscue. She stopped her footwork a step early, shanked it.
And what do you think about her court position for Crawford? It's very aggressive. Like, she's standing on top of the baseline. And so some of the depth that Tien is sitting adds a little bit more of a complication to getting off a clean cut.
That's fair, but she's probably not going to want to drift too far. Yeah. By extending the court to a bigger degree, it makes it more of a lateral track meet match that she probably doesn't want to play. So that most certainly is the way she wants to do things.
That's exactly what she wants.
On her own terms, first serve into the body, drawing a clean ball, time and opportunity, struck from a great position. It's very, it's Davenport-esque.
Here's her second try to end the game.
Oh, Tien guesses right. Crawford trying to do the right thing, not necessarily that. She has to come to the net sometimes because her shot quality is so good. She's going to be forced to, but it wasn't a very passionate net appearance that she made. She was up there and didn't split step and didn't really, control her balance to be able to put the volley away. So she lost that exchange.
Deuce number 3.
And there's quite a bit of momentum on this game number 2 in that match. Meanwhile, on the other court, Redelik is still battling with still upper break, trying to officially consolidate it and hold for 5-3. But this game has gone back and forth. Redelik was up 30-11 in the game, and Schumann came back and had a game point, and they've been going back and forth. I still think that Schumann's had some opportunities in the points and hasn't been willing to come forward as much to close out some of the points, and that's why there's been such a seesaw battle in that match on court 4. Oh, wow.
Did she connect on that cross-court forehand?
I think it was good.
Wow. Well, not to overthink where we are in that court 1 match, but it would seem almost more than crucial for Crawford to hold here, considering where she stands.
Well, in tennis, a set in 2-0 is a driver's seat position.
Yeah.
Clearly, Tian would like to be there. Not that the match would be over, but that's tough. Really feisty. What I think is so pivotal, though, is that Tian has done such a great job of being successful and winning a lot of matches her way, and she's playing within herself. So I feel like she's just capable, I think, of running away with the match. Not that a set in 2-0 is a guarantee for a match.
And a 5th break chance in the game was the one for Tien after Crawford sails a forehand off course down the line. You pointed it out, Mark. That's that driver's seat you were mentioning for Tien.
Yeah, I think there are different stages in a match. I think the beginning to the first 3 games, you're trying to turn on the competitor, and then I think the middle of the first set is a little bit more of an upper break or downer break type of piece, and then whoever gets to 5 first in the completion of a set, that's a whole stage. I think the very first game of the second set is an actual stage, and then that stage 5 is like the driver's seat, somebody up a set and change, looking to try to close it, and then eventually somebody being in position to close out the match. I think matches can go through that 6-stage process quite often.
How about that extension with the backhand volley to shut down the pass?
Well, I just think, similar to my comment about upper break, downer break being the second stage of a set, where in terms of challenging how consistent Redelik is going to be, but I think Redelik has showed that she is going to answer the bell with however many balls it takes to be solid with Schumann, but also she's going to take a little bit more risk. Net appearances, slice backhands, drop volleys. She's shown a little bit more variety in her overall game, and now she's got an opportunity for a 5-3 lead.
Having had to weather multiple break chances in this 8th game. That long on the volley. The punched volley goes long.
No, it goes in.
Oh, it goes in. I beg your pardon.
It was come on, not called
out.
out.
Come on. I thought it was sorry. Yeah. So consolidating the break through multi-deuces.
I think that was a huge point there. Speaking to my comment before, because Redelik did not hit a great approach shot there. He just had the willingness and the gutsiness to come forward, and Schumann should have done a little bit better job on defense, putting up a lob or a more difficult pass. Redelik was able to take care of that volley.
And if you're Schumann, Mark, you have to think about the chances that you were not able to convert on. You had 3 break points there and is 0 for 3 in converting on break chances in this opening set.
And also, I look at the 2 collegiate players who've been playing singles and doubles. And if it gets to that, they're actually performing at the net. They're match tougher and they're performing at the net, which is obviously sometimes a difference maker in some matches where things go long. So far, Schumann's response has been very good, stepping up here and getting a quick 30 love at 3-5 and not showing disgust from losing that last game.
How hard is it to put some frustrating moments in a prior game and just flush it?
It's a great question, and it is extremely difficult. I liken that last game, that 8th game. It's like in boxing, you talk about body blows and punches and taking someone's wind out of them. When you lose games like that, it's a question of how many punches in the stomach can you take? How much frustration can you deal with and still remain positive so you can keep competing, because tennis just has so many twists and turns.
And I would think, Mark, as well, that when you have a sports psychologist or a lot of the mental aspect, that is like a muscle in itself. You talk about working on the physicality on the court, but that too.
I like how Schumann's handling this. She's kept quiet. She hasn't shown any negative body language. She stomached the pain of that 8th game loss, and she put herself in position here to try to hold quickly and put the pressure right back on Redelik to close out the set.
A wayward forehand on that first forehand.
But that also speaks to the game style, right? Schumann is not necessarily a Crawford. Crawford maybe steps up and pounds that as a clean winner and it's done. Where Schumann is often working the points with her forehand instead of making statements. That one's on the line.
Talking about making a statement with that redirect on the forehand. My goodness, that was spectacular.
I think she heard me and said, here's you, Mr. Commentator, buddy. Here's your color commentator. Here's a forehand winner. What do you think about that? Well, okay, Aspen. Well done. Congratulations. And now let's see what happens with Redelik in game number 10.
Yeah, we'll get there in a moment. Here's the rundown of the path for Schumann. And that second round of qualifying, Mark, she needed a 3rd set super tiebreaker, won at 10-6, but to think how close she could have been into not making the main draw, she gets in the main draw and has made the most of this opportunity.
Absolutely. Great job there. She's been gutting it out. The 3-setter in the qualies with this 10-point super breaker, losing first set 6-1 to veteran Kylie McKenzie there in the second round, who has a big game. So she's turned around a couple of matches and is very deserving of being in this position.
Her last 2 matches for Schumann have gone over 2 hours each. We're almost to an hour in this opening set, 5 minutes until we get to that hour marker. And Crawford continues to try and fight in that second set over on court 1, but down a set 6-2. She lost it. Now has dropped the first 3 games of set number 2. We'll keep our eyes on that other women's semifinal going on. I wanted to bring something up, Mark, because you said this earlier about how you can throw the rankings aside when you're playing an event like this. There's only one ranked player out of the 8 in this draw on the women's side that's still alive. So to your point.
Oh, you mean only one of the 8 seeds?
Yeah, one of the 8 seeds. Excuse me. Yeah.
No. I think you can throw it out the window. It's about performance in the event. It's about earned confidence at those levels. A little bit about how their games match up with one another. And what I would say is this, where the college girls have maybe having a little bit of an experience, a little bit of an advantage, if you will, with recently competing a lot and also having a situation where they are playing singles and doubles a lot, and that's kind of blending into their games. Where the advantage is for someone like Schumann and Crawford is that they haven't been playing with a coach on the court. So the collegiate girls have had support and coach help. And now in this world, you tend to play more on your own and make your own decisions without a lot of college input. Not a bad thought. She pulled off of it a bit, decelerated instead of swinging a little bit faster. She was just wide enough to consider an angle. It wasn't the worst choice, but wasn't the best execution.
The thing about this too, Mark, first round exits for seeds 2, 3, and 4 in the women's draw.
But with the McRae loss, sometimes that happens where someone has a great week and then they just haven't physically recovered to start the next event. So sometimes it could be fatigue or an injury or something that relative, not to give McRae a pass, but it could be that. So that's helpful. That is the difference maker so far, in my opinion. The late in the game willingness to come forward, that was set up by a nice slice out wide, and that's where the experience, figuring out what types of X's and O's, what shot combinations can be employed to create opportunities for open court winners. So set point here for Redelik.
For the second time in this tournament, Redelik wins an opening set 6-4. She does it there. She did it in the first round against Elizabeth Goldsmith and holds in game number 10 after falling behind 15-30. And Crawford has fallen behind, receiving on the far end. Tien serving up a set and a break, towing the line at 3-1 in the second.
I love it. In her own way, maybe her serve isn't as hard as Crawford's. Maybe her ground stroke speed is a little less than Crawford's, but by hitting that serve into the body, drawing that ball, jumping inside the court with good footwork, and then crushing that shot with a combination of spin and power, she's just as effective on a serve +1, even though it may not be as big in terms of miles per hour. It's just as strong because there's pressure by ball speed, but there's also pressure by court position, and Tien is doing a wonderful job of that today. Whoa, the redirect off of a missile return. that right there, I was like, it's like Djokovic. What a shot.
Excellent counterattack work and winning 10 of the first, what would it be, 13 games is Tien. Crawford's run to get to the semifinals on display here.
Solid job in round one. Katie Codd, the Duke commit, Taylor Johnson, who used to play at UCLA actually, and has been an outstanding player number 2 position for SMU all season. Has been having a great run herself. So it's a solid, result line over some good players, but definitely not an NCAA champion who is peaking right now. She has run into a buzzsaw here, and so far, it's been all Tien in the semifinal.
Tien won in the quarters 2-2. Second round against her college teammate, Kimmi Hance, 1-1. Seems to be following that trend here, Mark, in the semis as far as how she's been able to impose her will against her opponent.
And it's not even that it's a will, it's just a winning formula that she has, and she's been doing well, but she's handled this adjustment. Picture a young girl coming from Beijing to come to Southern California on her own. She's navigated UCLA well, and her first couple pro tournaments last fall, she went to University of Illinois and just on her own, just jumped on a plane and figured it out. So her problem solving and her tennis execution all have come in a wonderful blend, and can't have better people than Rance Brown and Stella Sampras to be Sampras Webster, excuse me, Steve, to mentor her. But clearly, she has matured far beyond her years, and now it's showing in her product, how she carries herself, how she conducts herself, and how she performs.
Oh, that's just a missile with the forehand. And with all the traveling that Tien has done as of late, as you pointed out, Mark, she says that she's going to go home in July, see family in Beijing. But it's amazing how she's able to, as you said, the high volume of matches. Her body recovery is at such an elite level. She said at one point there were that 2-week period. We talk about the NCAAs and the lead up to that, where she played, in her words, 11 really intense matches in a row.
See, the quality of those ground strokes would win the point against a lot of players. But Tien is making her hit just one more ball, and some of those are lower sliced balls that at Crawford's height and size, not always that easy to get down. It may look easy to you and I on the screen, but after you've ripped a couple and you thought it was over, and the next ball comes back and the next ball comes back, it can actually get agonizing. And then she just answers back. She's used to. I would venture to say, I'd like to know what her average winner per match count would be. Someone like Crawford, but I'd venture to say that she's in the 20s of winners all the time, at most levels of play. That she has that many, and I don't think that she has 15 today.
It seems kind of predictable. I'd love to get your thoughts on this too, Mark. Like, it seems when she's serving on the deuce side, almost every first serve is going up the tee. With multiple forehand winners, this one coming up short. Trying to take it down the line. Can't say enough too about our tournament director, Nadia Abdallah here, women's coach, University of San Diego, the fine venue. Been so hospitable.
Nice drop shot. Back's against the wall here. She has to find a way to just hang around. Sometimes just the keeping the scoreboard reasonably close from behind, you can catch someone complacent and you might be able to mount a comeback. But most certainly you don't want to let Tien get 5 games in this moment. Oh, wow. She did a better job transitioning there, but a little bit off on the grip change, and somehow the little engine that ruined Tien got over there and flicked the pass back down at her feet. Very wise passing shot choice.
She is, yeah, a point away from breaking Crawford for a 5th time. That one is in from my vantage point.
Was it in?
Was it in?
I don't know. Tien is motioning like something's wrong, like she was correcting herself. I'm saying it wasn't in.
Oh.
I'm saying it's out and it's deuce.
You're right.
You know, I always look at the body language when I'm
That's a good point.
She is just so good at certain types of directional hitting, like balls in her strike zone with time. She just crunches those. All they're on automatic pilot, but she's gonna need quite a few more of them. She wants to mount a comeback today.
She was broken in the 2nd game of the 2nd set. Like you said, Mark, that one might have been a little low. But the thing about it is she doesn't let herself, it's either, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's all or nothing with some of these groundy drives.
That's more than fair of a statement, man. She's more of a point annihilator or a point than just a point builder. But the tennis court is a tennis court. It's 78 feet by 36, 3.5 foot net on the sides, 3 foot in the middle. So everyone's bound by the same physics. You got to be able to get the ball up and down. And there's the double fault.
Yeah, that's a tough one because that is her 6th double fault. Stitched in with 2 aces. That's not a great ratio. Unbecoming of her, for sure. And she'll try to mount that frustration and fight back.
Oh, wow. Great hands, good body adjustment.
Tien does not make a lot of mistakes, as if she is a backboard out there. And is 1 game away from getting to the finals of a USTA Pro Circuit SoCal Summer Series event in back-to-back weeks. 1 game away. Had license there to go all out with the forehand. Why do you think at times Mark, for Crawford, her transition game hasn't been up to her normal level. Why at times it seems as if she isn't getting good looks and is having a little bit of a challenge in addressing some of those returns.
I don't think that the technique is the issue. I just think that her opponent has earned her respect, and sometimes you get up against the wrong person on the wrong day, and there's a lot of Tien's answers, just the things that she's done with the balls and neutralizing. That is, at this point, I think Crawford is probably run out of straws.
Already, Tien is 9-2 in pro events this year. And don't forget, she's going to be playing in the doubles final this afternoon.
Well, but because she's the only one playing, the fact that she's winning this match rather handily is going to be helpful for her. Tommy wins. And if you put a speed gun on that forehand, I'm telling you, that was an 87-mile-an-hour missile that she almost knocked Tien's racket out of her hand. So the type of power that Crawford is bringing, and the fact that Tien is absorbing all of this and staying in the points is, again, a testament to her, the compact nature of her strokes, how strong her legs are fitness-wise. If you're telling me that she's just a freshman, she is for sure looking and behaving and competing like someone much older.
And with that miss cross court, the Crawford misfire on her forehand as Tien at a match point, the first, trying to win her 10th pro event this year, or 10th pro match this year. It's her 4th match of the week, and it is officially the shortest match that Fangran Tien has had to play, an hour and 14 minutes. Wins against the 1 seed, Samantha Crawford, knocking her out 6-2, 6-1, holding in that final game. The UCLA Bruin showing such dominance in that one.
Most certainly not what the doctor ordered for Crawford. Great day for Tien, and she just consistently shows that she's found a nice style of play, good rhythm, nice tempo. Her game is templatable, if that's a word, on different types of styles. She can play aggressive players. She can play baseline grinders. She's really doing a nice job, no matter who she's competing against. So, well-deserved semi, and this one's far from over in the other semis. So I'm not sure who she'll be taking on tomorrow, but her game will still match up well, regardless of which of these young ladies come through. Again, what an amazing job. Redelik has showed such guts and determination with her transition. Originally I was concerned with her kind of waltzing in on some balls that maybe weren't the best approach shots, but quality of the approach shots have gotten better as this has gone on, and the timing of it late in games so far, it's really sent a tough message to Schumann, who is working the points and challenging her at every juncture here. But it's been the Redelik transition and willingness to be steady plus transitioning that's the slight difference in this close semifinal.
What a difference this week compared to last week for Redelik, who was ousted in the first round of the main draw in Rancho Santa Fe and has a set lead in the semifinal this week.
Nice job there. Schumann's capable of offering some of these offensive statements. I hope that she sticks with it. After she's earned these opportunity balls, she needs to get inside the court. It's just that you're a product of the way you typically play, and it's hard to change dramatically the styles. And I think that she probably wins a fair amount of points on attrition and challenging players' strike zones and movements. And I think she just needs to add that little bit more. And obviously, at age 15, she's young. She's got time. But that's an example right there, Brian, of what I'm saying. I felt that in the first, that maybe the 70% of that point, Schumann was ahead in the point with time and control. But because she wasn't willing to come in and put the last piece to the puzzle, i.e., volley, swing volley, drop shot, whatever, the point gets back to neutral, and then somehow Redelik is able to hit the forehand winner. And that pretty much, if I was going to take one point in this match to show Schumann afterwards about why she's in this moment, this particular predicament, I'd say that point was indicative of it.
By the way, we are going to have Fangran Tien join us here in moments, coming off that win in the semifinals. We're just seconds away from having her talk about that match, and we'll be able to get her thoughts on everything. Fangran Tien, how are you? Coming off the semifinal win, and you did it in such dominant fashion. Thanks for joining, Mark Bay. I'm Brian Finley here on Crack Rackets. How did you pull it off the way you did with such ease today?
I mean, the score looks like it's kind of fast, but it's kind of tight. We have a lot of deuce points. She's playing really well too. It just like the deuce point really matters, I think.
Fangren, this is Coach Mark. How hard were those serves and first balls that Crawford was hitting it? What do you think? Is that some of the biggest ball that you actually had to defend against?
I mean, in this tournament, it's definitely one of the biggest serve, and the forehand apparently is really good. I like in my mind, I just like my goal is just get it in, like just start the point and then restart and just. I mean, I really didn't expect myself doing so much on those shots.
You've been playing so many matches in a small amount of time, from winning the NCAA singles to everything you're doing on the USTA Pro Circuit Summer Series here in SoCal. How do you recover so quickly, body-wise, to allow yourself to be equipped to handle how grueling this stretch of matches in tennis has been for you?
I mean, to be honest, I'm pretty tired. My body is tired. My mind is tired. Yeah. I'm just like try to think like one match at a time. I'm using like the like entire rest time to like try to like do rolling and just like icing, just try to make myself like recover as fast as I can. And yeah, I just try to get as much as sleep in and just try to refresh myself every day.
Fangren, in this situation, I've been told from Coach Stella and Coach Rance that you're still doing homework at night too. Are you getting ready for finals? How much homework are you doing at night back in the hotel room?
I just did my final yesterday after the doubles match, and I finished. I have to run back to like the house, and I finished my stats final like 9 p.m. It was crazy. It was the toughest final. Like I think I bombed the exam, but I mean I tried my best. I've been studying, like try to like managing the time and just try how see how it goes. Like as of now, it wasn't like too bad.
What's the difference between putting yourself through a final in the classroom and putting yourself like tomorrow in the final of an event like this?
To be honest, like after so many matches, I'm not nervous going on court right now, but kind of nervous going to that exam, like, because I'm not sure how it's gonna be, and like, I mean, I play more matches and I have like more exams. Yeah.
Last question from me, Fangren. So college tennis has a coaching element. You get to talk to Stella and Rance, and they can work through things with you at NCAAs and all. You've had success in 15Ks when you've gone out on your own, like you did to Champaign, Illinois, and some last summer, and now currently in the beginning of this circuit. Can you just talk briefly about what's it like to have the college coaching support in matches versus figuring things out on your own?
I mean, having like the coaches Stella, Errol, and Rance on my court is definitely really beneficial. Like they're so positive. Like when I'm like missing shots or like I'm doing fine, they're always there to support me, which gave me a lot of like mental support, and they also gave me some like tactic like things. But that just kind of set up like how like in a pro circuit, like I'm able to like handle it by myself, but like because I learned from them during the college matches too, and then I just like indeed I have to play by myself, so I'm just try to keep that positive mindset and just go by myself. Yeah.
That's outstanding. I appreciate that, and obviously you got doubles again and more tests going on. You got a nice little roll going, whatever it is. It's great. Keep up that routine. I'm really impressed, and looking forward to seeing you later on today as well.
Yeah.
Fangran, thank you so much. Yeah, we'll see much more of you today and tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining. Mark Bay, I'm Brian Fenley here on Crack Rackets. Appreciate your time. A really fun conversation, Mark, with Fangran Tien. She is going to play the winner of what's happening right here on court 4 tomorrow in the final. But this is the second women's semi. Radulek and Schumann. Radulek up a set and a break. How does Schumann try to force a third set? What do you think she has to do to make that happen?
I think Schumann's in a precarious position. And what I mean by that is she's just recently lost some long points. Radulek is willing to play the long points with her, and has kind of matched her on just like the grind of it all. And Schumann hasn't come forward and played the net much. So now it's either she has to keep Radulek out here long enough until Radulek, gets bored and makes errors, or Schumann's got to apply more pressure. And she doesn't seem to want to do that. So she's gone for some direction changes and they haven't worked out for her. So it's much more random competing like this. Like I don't feel like right now I'm seeing something in particular that Schumann's trying to do in terms of breaking her down. She's just trying to wear her down, but she's on the back end of the score. I would like that was a good point, but I would like Schumann to try to play the Radulek backhand a little bit more and try to earn some short balls out of there, and then try to figure out how she would go about closing out the points. But it just seems like it's been very sort of it's just a lot of random competing more so than it is systematically sticking with one particular pattern that might be able to bring her back.
And both of these players are well seasoned in shot tolerance, clearly, with, as you said, the long rallies that they've been engaged in.
I agree. If you play 6 or 5 or 6, top 10 NCAA college tennis with all the pressure, and there's a ton of long rallies. So Radulek is fresh on this type of point and experience. One heck of a point. Combination of heaviness, spin, court position. It's not a very windy day here, so the players aren't getting a huge amount of support from the conditions, even though there was a little drizzle earlier. They have to actually produce these balls and move them around. It's not like one half of the match is dramatically aided by 15-mile-an-hour wind at their back, per se. That can't happen often this close to the water in San Diego.
We did have that hour delay, which pushed us to an 11:30 local time start time because of the drizzle, which hasn't had a impact since. But as you said, these are somewhat slower conditions, temperatures around 63 degrees. And we also have the men's semifinals happening here pretty soon. So we'll be oscillating back and forth between what's about to happen in Jack Anthrop and Keegan Smith. They're about to take the court here and get ready to play their semi, with our eyes still on Radulek as well as Schumann. And yeah, here we go on the men's side on court 1. And Mark, Keegan Smith went to Point Loma High School. Like, he could walk to these courts from his house. He's so used to playing here and has been playing well the last 2 weeks. Got to the semifinals last week, so back-to-back semifinal appearances for him.
Keegan Smith, for sure, is quite the San Diego product. And you're right, he does live very close. Probably spent a lot of his time playing at the actual San Diego Tennis Club. So the coach there, Angel Lopez, long-standing junior developer there, worked with him early on, and then obviously he transitioned and went to UCLA. And It's been actually with Bryce Pereira this week, a good buddy of his. He's had a lot of coaches and people that have been part of his game, his process. He is a big guy. He is not a small drink of water. And
Not
the
at all.
6'6" frame hopefully will aid him relative to serve and first balls. But Anthrop does a nice job with that first game, holding and kind of challenging his movement laterally. And that's going to probably be one of the big aspects to look for in this matchup.
Yeah. As they switch sides, obviously Keegan Smith is going to be on the far side of your screen on that court one. If you couldn't tell, he's just a bit taller than his opponent, Jack Anthrop, who just finished his freshman season at Ohio State, number 4 overall commit in that class. And let's go back to women's semifinal action. Paroulek continues to have the upper hand. She had that key break in game 7 of the opening set.
Wow. A bunch of balls go floating and dropping out of the sky on the line, but Schumann has a great cross-court backhand. I'm just a big fan of the technique on that shot, and I just don't think for as good of a backhand she has technically, I don't think she's getting enough short balls and points to show for that on the cross-court part of this match.
And there's that backhand again, Mark, and she likes to hit that backhand short angle, and we saw how well it panned out earlier in this game. It can be a devastating weapon against her opponent. Just couldn't get it to her liking there.
Yeah, but I think the difference, Brian, is that she doesn't want to take it and then go to the net.
Yes.
The fact that Redelick is able to just chip balls back in the middle of the court and get away with it. She's not been sort of proven or match proven that it's not going to work. Has really been a key part of this match. Schumann's had control with a lot of quality ball striking and high mixing throughout the match, but it just hasn't given her enough total points.
And hitting through the court is a tough proposition, considering the play styles, but also the conditions.
That's helpful. I like that pressure. Stepping up and looking to dictate. This is just an awesome thing. Congratulations to the entire Southern Cal group and team that put this together.
Yeah.
There's Boyer, Trevor Croneman, all the different directors here. 7 stops in a row, men and women. Can't find this anywhere. To have the efficiency of men and women playing together in this type of format. Obviously, it's Southern California centric with all the wild cards going to Southern California players, which means that they have to have great sponsors and budgets. Because with these types of tournaments, the way they go, Brian, you can't control all the wild cards and give them only the Southern California players unless you have funds for this. So big undertaking.
That forehand running to her right was a big undertaking for Redelick. But yeah, Chris Boyer, amazing work that he has done, board member, vice president of USTA SoCal, and chairing the pro circuit series here. His son, Tristan, watching him play tennis, it's been a thrill as he gains his footing up the ranks in the professional world. And then let's not forget about the staff here, University of San Diego, Nadia Abdallah. She's been so helpful and has led a really nice program with the Toreros, and facilities are awesome. The people here have been nothing short of amazing and helpful, and it's really a great location for tennis. And it goes without saying, the people make that possible here too.
Oh, wow. This is big moments now for this match, because a set in 4-1, you would think a set in 4-1 in our last match with Crawford and Tien felt like a big lead. But here, because the points are actually so close and so competitive, it's not as big of a chasm. Schumann, if she gets a little momentum and can find a way to a service hold here, looks like she's stretching herself. But if she can find a way to a service hold and make this 4-3, then this plot thickens for sure.
That was the shot. Schumann had it all lined up in her strike zone. Could not convert down the line. Really, Mark trying to go all out with that forehand. A vicious strike, but an error ensues.
The angle of the ball was coming into her, and she got a little jammed.
And it's like she took it a little high, too. Yeah.
A little bit. She had time to do it, but it was a little high, but it was coming on an angle into her, and that makes the geometry a little tougher. Running around, hitting forehands is very common. It's a common theme now, but you have to take care of some little footwork things.
There's a runaround, and it misses on the Paroulek side. What did you think about that shot selection as she was backed up, well off the court, tried to win the point in perhaps a situation where you could have hit a stay in the point kind of shot?
You know, I don't have to say anything, Brian. That is not what Coach Pete and Coach Pear would have authorized for her in that moment. I'm just watching the same four next loop of the same patterns. I'm seeing scenarios where Schumann is ahead in the point and after a big backhand or even a big forehand is not consistently committed to applying pressure after pressure. It's like a boa constrictor philosophy. Once you get ahead in the point, you got to cut the cord off and keep squeezing. And she kind of lets Redelijk off a little bit, gives her some air. And sometimes with that extra space, Redelijk gets back in and actually stings Schumann back. It's really been a common thread here.
By the way, men's semifinal, Keegan Smith through 3 games is up a break 2-1 as he is serving in that 4th game, taking on the Ohio State Buckeye, Jack Anthrop.
Here comes the youngster. A lot of momentum, and Schumann is showing that fight and that grit that has her in the semifinals. All the way from the qualifying. Again, Redelijk won 0-0 in her qualifying round, so she dominated. It wasn't a lot of a scare to get herself into an event like this.
Got a little extra velocity, Mark, behind that forehand and tested the defense of Schumann on her backhand side, eliciting the air.
These girls are earning their paycheck. There are a lot of balls hit. There's a lot of tennis to be played. Fortunately, neither of these 2 young ladies are playing in the doubles final. So like Tian, she was able to get the job done and get some rest so she can come back. These 2 can gladiate. Obviously, there's another semifinal, Ziverts and Brumm, that are waiting to take this court, and I'm sure they're probably secretly rooting for Redelijk at the present moment, but these are key rallies and points here these next couple minutes.
Long matches are very common this week for Redelijk. Quarterfinals, 3 hours and 8 minutes. That's what it took for her to beat Catherine Huey, who is headed to Stanford, 18-year-old out of Santa Fe Christian, which actually is the same high school I went to. But there was also the 3-hour extravaganza in the first round for Redelijk against Elizabeth Goldsmith. So there's some clear endurance battles going on here for the 21-year-old from Pepperdine.
There's a lot of momentum on this game.
Do you think, Mark, this is the kind of game that will decide the fate of this match?
It will.
Took a chance with that forehand off the court and found it in that tight spot up the sideline. A forcing shot with a wicked forehand. And Redelijk, Mark, in position here, already having fought off a break chance to her lead in the second set.
That's a good slice from Schumann. I like the fact that she's adjusted. She has seen the slice. Redlich shows it very early that she's going to use that shot so you can get prepared. And now Schumann is not making unforced errors off of it. She's getting consistent with her backhand and actually offering some slice to slice back as the Redlich slice comes through. Redlich obviously needs to keep using it and try to draw Schumann in. She just hasn't been able to bring her in and pass her as of late. And that's probably a big statement right there. Schumann, by not coming in enough and often enough and frequent enough, she most certainly needed to take care of that swing volley, and she misses that badly. And it not only is a dagger to her right now, but it's a reinforcer to Redlich that when she's in trouble, she can just put the ball back up and not have to worry about the quality of the counterattacking.
This is the second break chance for Redlich. She's 4 for 5 in converting on them in this match.
And then just like that, here comes the big Serena Williams bomb from the 15-year-old and back to deuce again. Yeah, I think we're going to have to get the men's match on the split screen here because these young ladies are fighting at a degree in this game where we could be missing too much of the other men's semifinal going on at the same time.
Yeah, so we'll keep our eyes on, obviously, this double box deuce here in the second set. Redlich and Schumann. Keegan Smith with the break a serve in game 3. So he is surfing in danger of losing that break lead as Anthrop has a chance to win the game on the return. Putting up a stop sign to that break chance as Smith progresses to the net and watches an Anthrop forehand down the line come up short.
Yeah, I'm excited about this matchup. I think that Smith for sure will have a very high frequency of net appearances in this match. I think Anthrop could come forward a little bit too as well. He's going to probably try to stay back and make it more of a track meet. He'd like to extend the points with Smith, but sometimes Anthrop likes to get crafty. And use a slice. I just think that Anthrop needs to be careful to keep that slice low because if Keegan has the ability to dictate and step up and come forward, then Anthrop is having to play too much on the passing shot and the defense.
Keegan Smith, by the way, has won 6 of 7 matches coming in. Has won 2 singles titles on the ITF World Tour, looking for number 3 this week. Couple of smashes and an authoritarian-like finish, closing out the hold after weathering some suspense, Mark, from his opponent Anthrop in that 4th game.
I think the decision that Anthrop made in that point to mix instead of staying physical on his break point just cost him being back on serve. And it seems like I'm being a little bit harsh there, but I just think that Anthrop needs to come forward some, and he also needs to be careful how he throws in the craft just because of the strength and the physicality. When you're playing in number 6 position in a lot of college tennis matches Anthrop's played, he hasn't played against too many guys that are bringing this kind of heat and this kind of power. Anthrop's won a lot of tennis matches, and he's 16-1 for the Buckeyes, playing in the 6 hole there and finishing out the season as one of their best points. But I just think that at that position, you play a lot of points that are similar to this Redlich-Schumann kind of match, that are going back and forth, seesaw, type of points. And I think in this match, he has to be a little bit more focused on exactly how he plays. I don't think he has as many options of what to do with balls, and sometimes that's tough mentally.
By the way, over on court 4, Schumann was able to hold, fending off 2 break chances. Those are the first missed opportunities at breaking for Radulek after she went 4 for 4 to start the match on converting. It's surprising, too, that Keegan Smith, as good of a singles player as he is, and he's 6'11" in the world and has been much better as of last year inside the top 400 and even better than that. But as a doubles player, he is inside the top 300 in the world. Said he wanted to take doubles off this week and said because it's tough on his arm. When you're playing in both draws and you're a guy like Keegan Smith, what is your advice to him about when deciding to play doubles, which is where he's won an NCAA doubles title in, and then obviously wanting to build up points in singles too?
I think he made a good decision, and it's not always that easy. It most certainly is that you want to play both, especially when you're capable of doing well in both. The singles, yeah, his career high is 339. He's at 6'11". He wants to move that dial, and you do it with points. So you need to be able to 100% focus. He's always going to be a threat to win a doubles in the 15 or 25K level. So that's a nice job for Anthrop, being able to hold easily and quickly, but being on the back end of the score, he's going to have to problem solve what he needs to do on the return game. I think he needs to, vary his core position on the return, but he's going to have to keep hitting. Just trying to kind of float and bunt it back is maybe giving Keegan too much time on the first ball. Let's go full screen on the girls until the boys' changeover is over. What a hustle. Great get. But I'm so happy that Aspen is doing the right thing. This is about growth as well. Clearly, she's going to have a lot of opportunities. She's going to have a great pro career. She's already at the tops of junior tennis at age 15. If at age 15, in a moment like this, she's not able to add these pieces that are going to make her better all around, then I think, yeah, it's not a good thing. Yeah, sure, she wants to win this match, and she should. But I'd like to see her develop and win. I'm a little greedy as a coach, and I think that's possible that she can actually integrate these things as she's playing.
We officially hit the two-hour mark on court 4 in that women's semifinal. Men's semifinal on the left of your screen. Anthrop and Smith have both been on the court coming into this match over 6 hours, just 6 minutes in difference of amount of time they've been on the court throughout the main draw this week.
I like that point much better. I feel that Anthrop is more of a sort of a mixer with his slice backhand. I think he needs to hit the backhand today. I think he really needs to hit it more than he actually likes to, or often chooses to, or even needs to. I think he needs to keep the pressure of ball quality deep and not allow, even though Keegan is okay with the pace of it, just not letting him have the time to come forward and extend his arms.
That was a service winner right up the tee for Smith, who gets it to 15 all, lost in the semi. Oh, I was just going to say he lost in the semifinals in Rancho Santa Fe to Jamie Floyd Angele, a man who Anthrop beat yesterday in the quarters.
Yeah. I'm just not used to seeing these guys in civilian clothes. I'm used to the UCLA uniform, and I'm used to the Buckeye gear. So it's fun to kind of see these guys in different outfits. And look out over there in that women's semifinal. Like I said, down 4-1. Aspen was able to break readily quickly. And she's 1 point away from tying things up at 4-all.
Redelick has outpointed Schumann 62-50 Hines. So if that doesn't give you an idea of just how close that match is turning out to be. Smith captures the hold, giving up just 1 point. Holding at 15. His father, Jim, is a professor in accounting at the University of San Diego. So, and Smith, obviously, with his roots at UCLA, but his uncle, Peter Smith, and all he's done for the sport of tennis, formerly at USC, the coach there.
Yeah, Peter was just inducted into the ITA Hall of Fame. I was there, and a very moving, emotional speech he gave. He was inducted, so congrats again to Peter Smith and all the great legacy he had there at USC.
What do you think, Mark, is the biggest challenge here for Anthrop in trying to stitch together hold after hold?
Like I said, Anthrop likes to play with options. He likes to do things in his own terms, and this match is dictating a different speed and a ball striking that's just got him a little bit uneasy. So he's got to get to the point where he can run some patterns in the early part of his service games that he feels comfortable with. It's hard to, like, what do? You're going to hit a kick serve that's going to be high enough to frustrate Smith when he's 6'6". It's just harder. He has to feel like he can win some of these baseline rallies. But some of these points are going to be so quick, he's not going to have the luxury to hit 7-10 balls until he figures it out. I think right now he has to just try to compete for holds and see if he can get some returns deeper. He has to pretty much simplify the plan right now because he's on the back end of the score.
Cross court forehand just wide. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I think it's
from
wide.
Smith.
Smith is in good rhythm right now. I think that Anthrop is testing him. Anthrop's checking out his backhand to see if he's solid. Anthrop's trying to run him wide to his forehand to see if the big windup will yield an error. And so far, that shot was a miss. But for the most part, Smith has been playing, I think, maybe more solid off the ground than Anthrop maybe initially expected.
After a love hold in game 5, it's 30 all through 4 points for Anthrop in Game 7. Oh, he almost got it. Just a little bit long on the tweener for Smith.
What a point. But Anthrop was starting to get pushed back a bit more because of Smith's physicality. And that's why Smith read his movement and threw the drop shot in. Anthrop got there, but ended up losing the exchange. I'm sorry, Anthrop winning the exchange with Keegan missing the tweener. But I hope Anthrop can think a little bit more about his serve and his first ball choices to start trying to get the rallies that he wants on his serve at least.
All the while, over on court 4, women's semifinals, Schumann has won the last 3 games, Mark, and has erased a 4-1 second set deficit.
Yeah, and she's done it 2 ways. She's won the first point of 3 out of 4 of these games. So she's getting a quick lead in the beginning of the games, which has given her a boost, particularly when she was losing. And I also think that she's made a couple of trips to the net. She's shown that she's willing to play a little bit more aggressive in some of these moments when she's ahead in the point. So through competition and a little bit of courage, she's turned the scoreboard around and obviously up to a quick lead in this game as well.
Let's go back over there where Schumann is serving the 15-year-old.
I wasn't trying to jinx Redelic either, but I did say at 4-1 that this is a much closer 4-1 than Tian and Crawford because of the style of play and the length of the points. They're playing similar. Redelic just was winning some of those key points in those games, and now obviously this last stretch she hasn't. She showed some negative body language a couple games ago that you never want to show when you're up a set in 4-2 either.
A brazen play with the forehand with that added depth. Schumann continuing what could be a string here of 4 consecutive games won. A point away from achieving that feat. There's a clear-cut hesitancy between both of these players in finding inroads to coming to the net. Very rarely are we seeing them win points in the forecourt. Couple of errors there from Schumann. Has taken away 2 chances to close out the game on her serve. And look at Keegan Smith there, Mark, using the serve and volley tactic to his benefit.
Most certainly wants to employ that tactic if Jack plays a little bit deeper on the return and give him some more time. You've got to put that kind of pressure on Jack. It makes all the sense in the world.
Keegan Smith with the hold there. I think, Mark, if you go to a key point in the Smith Anthrop match, there was the break of serve in game 3, which gave the break lead to Smith. Chances to re-break right away for Anthrop in game 4, but Smith saved 4 break points to maintain the break advantage.
That was a nice little footwork there. Anthrop is no stranger to guys that hit big or have big serves. On the Buckeyes with James Trotter, one of the better serves in college tennis, Luciane, Cannon Kingsley. He's practicing with guys that play this up tempo and a similar style, but I'd say that there's just not someone that has the same power, but then comes to the net as much. I'd say Trotter lays back and then eventually comes in. So just this feeling that he has to be even or ahead in the point. He practices with guys that hit this hard. I don't think he has the same type of pressure on a match. Again, a lot of the guys at 6 he's been playing, he's been having a ton of back and forth, longer rallies with a lot looser structure to the way he has to play the points.
There was a lot of open court up the line, but the inside in from Anthrop doesn't work, and he missed out on what would have been a second love hold for him in this opening set. Needing to hold to stay in this opening set, Jack Anthrop is able to do that at 15. 1 break lead for Keegan Smith, who will have a chance coming up after the changeover to serve out a 1-set lead. The changeover is where we are, where Schumann is ahead 5-4 in the second after startling out of the gates in the second, down 4-1.
Looks like she's getting some treatment, and she could be ailing. Could be something going on with her. Or she could just need a mental, emotional breather from losing 4 close games in a row when she's on the brink of being able to close out a match like this. So big moments for the upstart junior who's already made a name for herself in tennis, but she's trying to make an even bigger splash here by getting to a finals of a 15K. So Paroulek's going to have to show some experience here and manage her service game, particularly win the first point of the game, which Schumann's been doing a wonderful job in recent games doing. And if she can get it back to 5-all, Schumann's going to push this to a third. And Brumm and Zivert are going to have to get another snack.
Here's Keegan Smith. Some unnecessary, you might say, aggression off the return to serve and a miss down the line from Anthrop. About the way he squeezed that past Smith, who might want to think twice if he's going to continue to go to the net and have that kind of outcome happen to him.
Oh, it was a nice job by Jack. He held the pass there. I feel that he has to win some of those battles. You can't always feel that Smith is capable of getting inside the service box, and it's going to equal a point. Jack has to win some of those.
How would you break down the serve of Keegan Smith? When he flattens it out, he can get some serious torque behind it.
I think it's a pretty simple, clean rhythm. It's not a lot to break down. He's got a nice and really good athlete. Played baseball and basketball. Wanted to play basketball all the way through his juniors. But Jack has to shorten up. You have to put the pressure on him by taking time away and trying to get the return down. I would have liked Jack to start it deeper, but then gotten in tighter, because Keegan just kicked the serve in. Jack doesn't know what he's going to do, but the sort of the chess match of it is, where does Jack stand versus what does Keegan choose to do in terms of wide and flat. It's a good solid return for Jack, but not backhand. But so yeah, this is where separates the men from the boys, Brian. So where does Jack stand, and what does Keegan choose? Is Keegan going to go flat, or is he going to go kick? Is Keegan going to serve and volley or stay back? Bomb tee, game and first set, Smith.
He has won, Smith, the first set in now all of his main draw matches this week. This would be number 4, of course, the semifinal. He does it at 6-4 in 47 minutes, a 1-set lead for our 6th seed, Keegan Smith, formerly of UCLA.
And he really looks like he's just out at the park by his house playing a set. It doesn't feel like right now he's at a 15K playing Jack Anthony. It feels like he's just.
That's the run for Keegan Smith to get to this moment here. Quarterfinal victory for him against Connor Farron, the 28-year-old. It's a long 2-setter, 2 hours and 8 minutes. And
that was a big one over Gianni Ross.
Yeah, second round.
Chicago boy I know well, and finished his career at University of Virginia with a national championship. As a team player, and obviously Virginia backed it up and won again this year. But Gianni gave him a tough go there, and sometimes you get through those scare matches, and then that helps you make a run and possibly go all the way. But it was a bit of a solid routine service game. I think after that really tough game with the hiccup, with Jack had all those chances, he kind of locked down and closed out the set with some ease. So Jack's got the opportunity with serving first in the second to try to get a lead, and have Keegan have to hold from behind. Like, it's a different psychological when you're serving at 0-1 and 1-2 and 2-3. So maybe Jack can get a hold like he's been doing and try to flip the script and get some scoreboard pressure on Keegan.
Schumann has certainly flipped the script, returning on the far side, winning the last 4 games, trying to force a decider. Why do you think, Mark, on that point, after going with a couple backhand slices, Paroulek decided to go two-hander, and why she made that change in that cross-court exchange?
He was a little deeper in the court. And to be honest, some of those slices were just sitting up like lame ducks. Schumann is still letting her off the hook more than half the time. Schumann should be hitting some of those and coming in behind them. But Schumann has fought her way back in there by being steady and solid and just being a tenacious fighter. And she's not going to break that pattern right now. She's going to stick with just being a fortress back there and not necessarily being as creative or explore in the service box, trying to close out this set.
A missed cross-court forehand just sent long from Schumann.
What I like about this so far is that I'm seeing that the players are making their own call. And then you have an actual chair umpire who is getting very involved with any call that's close to the line. The chair is actually gesturing with their hand in and out on every ball that's lying close. And I kind of like this format.
You heard the frustration from Radelick. And as you said, Mark, a lot of these slices are hanging up in the air way too long. That one wide, but where's the bite to it that she's looking for?
Yeah, she's breaking posture and taking too big of a hack at it. And when you go down the line, that's a higher risk drop shot that she just tried there. So it wasn't a great idea to begin with, and then wasn't a good technical execution.
How did that not go the other way? But great play at the net from Radelick. Saves a set point.
She has been following this mantra all match long, and in this 5-game stretch or 4-game stretch where she's lost all 4 games, she hasn't been at the net. There hasn't been much from her coming forward. So she most certainly will probably want to do more of that in this game and in the third set or the end of this set, whatever happens here. That's hard to believe. It's still just way too many. The feeling that Schumann has now after having that wide open pass on her racket and a bunch of balls just floating through the air that she doesn't take, it's aggravating. It's a double-edged sword life she's living with playing this type of match. When you play the attrition long points and you're not willing to close off and finish, when it's your time to finish, sometimes it's not that easy to do it. It's really the best way I can describe it.
Spreads that ball really nicely with the two-hander.
It's a great shot. It's a great technical shot. Very clean, very simple. I think it's a shot that she could generate a lot more opportunity balls if she wanted to. She's just using it to be more precise and to complement the forehand mixing. But I think that she gets older and really settles into what her final game is going to be. I think it'll be an important part of it. I have to keep reminding myself I'm watching a 15-year-old right now.
A fourth break of serve, winning the last 5 games. And on a third set point, Schumann pulls it out and evens this women's semifinal at a set apiece.
That is gutsy. And a lot of tennis balls hit there. Kind of a difficult regrouping moment for Redelik. That's the point and the situation that I think Anthrop really wanted. He wanted a hold, and he wanted to get deep into the next service game of Smith. But a routine backhand where he doesn't move his feet and he's too close to the ball and he nets it is not the answer at 30-all. That was a really important point because it wasn't just a 30-all. He was in the point. And now he gets ace bombed and it's gone. So just like that, a second ago, he had a backhand on his racket to go up a break point, and then the game's over. And I just think that dichotomy and that pressure that Smith is putting on him is just different than what he's been dealing with recently.
A 48-minute first set. We're about 10 minutes into the second set on serve.
What I'm saying is just the margins are slim for Anthrop out here. It's not that he's not capable of winning points and doing all kinds of things, but to win a tennis match, it's about breaking and holding when you get to the simplest parts.
Yeah, well said. These two have never faced off against one another in a pro event. Only break a serve was in game 3 of the opening set. That's some guts, Mark, to try that backhand. Did that just miss?
No, it was
No, he
good.
sticks it. Oh my goodness.
I think he has to keep hitting the backhand.
One sensational shot after another. A return ace for Keegan Smith. And a nonchalant walk back to the ad court, and a look of astonishment there, Mark, on the face of Jack.
Well, Jack thought the serve was wide. So Jack is behaving like, hey, you just took an out serve and hit a winner. My serve was wide. That's the conversation there. Well, if there was a challenge system, Jack would have challenged to prove that his serve was out actually instead of in. Keegan took the out serve and hit a winner off of it, or close to.
Right there, that miss from Smith on his backhand was the 18th point of the second set, as we are an hour in.
That actually, Keegan looked a bit mechanical. He didn't look as fluid and comfortable on that backhand as he has in some of the other rallies so far. Not sure what size shoe he wears, but it looks like it's got to be 14 or 15 maybe. And when you You got to take the adjustment steps and get yourself ready for some of those routine balls. It's maybe not as routine at that height, that size, with feet that big.
The second straight game, we're playing a 6th point. A hold for Anthrop in the opening game here of the second set through deuce.
Yeah, that's well played. I like that Jack is choosing to not try to play the hero on the serve, getting the serve in, but then jumping on his forehand and creating a lot of movement challenge for Keegan. That is most certainly the type of ground stroke points that Jack wants to play on his own serve. So I like what Jack's doing there.
Schumann with her own serve here to kickstart the third set.
Yeah, it's a lot of momentum for the youngster.
You're right, Mark, on the momentum. Won 5 straight games after falling behind 4-1. And it was if you predicted that was going to happen. I remember the way in which your sentiments were about Schumann, even though she was down early in the second, and you had that feeling that she was going to come back.
Well, people that are as competitive and successful as Schumann, they don't go down. You have to put them down. You have to actually finish them off. And if you don't, if there's a little glimmer of hope, then they can use that and turn that into a comeback. And clearly she did that. So it's a lot of emotional fortitude for a 15-year-old, because she could have packed it in there down a set and 4-1 because it wasn't going away. So really credit to her. But I think that Redelik is a veteran. She's been around the block a little bit. And Schumann has been pretty good in the early parts of the games, but right now here, she's been a little off on the forehand this early game. I think that a break of the Schumann serve would be a huge push, a huge shot in the arm for Redelik right now. And there's the difference. There's a big, big difference. One player has the net available to them. The other player is choosing to try to win the match without using the net as a part of the actual finishing statement in the match.
First serve there. Oh, it was called in. Although Redelik thought it went out. So that is an ace up the middle. And Schumann still playing from behind here in this initial game of the third set does ward off one break chance.
That's very well played. Nice footwork, nice combination of forehands in a row, control in the center. And in a match like this where they both have run so much, they spent so much time on the court, if you can just be the one that's running a little bit less, that could be a difference maker at the end of this.
It feels like, because as you said, they've been on the court so long, it feels like the other semifinal, which was a win for Fangran Tien over the 1 seed Samantha Crawford, 6-2, 6-1. It almost feels like that match happened yesterday.
Yeah. Okay. Nice to see Schumann breathe a sigh of relief with winning a net point, but she's capable. It's something that what she's gonna have to. What's difficult to do when you're somebody like Schumann, where you're 15 and you're playing Easter Bowl 18s and playing pro. You don't have like an average Southern Cal sectional match anymore where you can experiment and work on things. She's playing matches at a pretty high level in UTR circuits and different things. She's just not having these matches where she could do a ton of that growth.
Well,
Her match tree is a little bit different now, and that's what makes it harder to break out of some of these patterns. But I think that she really wants to take it to the next level and go up another tier in this, get beyond this ITF tour level. I think she needs to add it because I like the way her points develop. I'd like to see more from her serve, and I'd like to see more of her finishing. And at 15, with time and coaching, she most certainly can add those.
winners are hard to come by considering these core conditions and the playing styles. But you brought up a really interesting point, Mark, that I wanted to pick your brain about as far as player development. As that is a forehand winner hit by Schumann to erase another break chance. But and you've worked with so many outstanding players over your career in coaching and beyond. And how do you get the most out of a player in terms of match time, but also taking the time to work on the fundamentals and how, like, if you're looking at a pie chart, how do you optimize the player's potential?
Oh, wow, that's a tough miss. That's a great first game for Schumann. She was down there back against the wall and she was able to get that done. What a big boost in the arm. It continues the successive games in a row, the consecutive, excuse me, games in a row that she's won. Oh wow, that Redelic had a lot of looks in that game, but it's the grit and the toughness of Schumann. To address your point, I think that there's a developmental pie chart that you use your coaching time with. So if you have a kid and you see them 2 or 3 lessons a week, you might be working on some of these extra areas for a third of the time in those lessons. But you also have to develop the quite a few things. Like you have to play tournaments, you have to play practice matches against people. You have to work in groups and with assistant coaches on things to reinforce it and have privates and do fitness. So it's a lot of spokes on the wheel to truly get a developmental growth and learn how to win at the same time. And I think also what's tough in this generation is kids aren't playing as many matches as they used to, and sometimes it's a little bit more fear, and sometimes that's affecting people being willing to grow.
Well,
Good.
Fangran, yeah, and not to interrupt. I was just going to say for Fangran Tian, when we were talking to her, she said a lot of the extra match playing has taken away the nerves that maybe you would have felt or somebody would have felt if they didn't play as many matches. So
Spot on. But she's also mature beyond her years when she came from China and implicitly trusted Rance and Stella. And obviously there's a proof in the pudding.
no doubt about it.
With plenty of UCLA, players that are out there on the tour. I just commentated with Jen Brady a couple weeks ago. How many players have come through their system? Robin Anderson, the list goes on and on. That are outstanding. So
we're looking at a UCLA Bruins serving on the left side of our screen, and Keegan Smith and Anthrop is 0 for 4 on break chances. He hasn't had one on Smith's serve in the second set. All 4 of those break points for Anthrop We're in game 4 of the opening set, and Smith saved every single one of them.
That's one heck of a shot. Keegan's backhand in. Wow. You can't ask Anthrop to do better. Anthrop is starting to shorten up the court, take the returns early, create a little bit more angle even on that return. That was a good return by Anthrop, and Keegan on the run just goes off balance, backhand line over the high part of the net. When somebody does that, you just have to tip your cap. Let's say too good.
A third service game for Smith and a third hold, having given up 3 points combined on the return in those 3 game wins, 3-all in the second.
And even though Smith's on the back end of the score, he just keeps coming and coming. There's a lot of belief in Smith now. And why wouldn't you have the belief? He's done nothing but execute and be lights out on the serve. This match is so close. But Anthrop obviously is on the back end of it because of not being able to get one break at the right time. All Anthrop can do is just keep taking good care of his serve and hanging around. I did talk to Anthrop a lot about the dynamic of coming out of college tennis and coming into this. And he says that he feels looser playing with regular scoring. He says no ad scoring is a lot more emotionally hectic. And I agree with that. I think 15-30 is an incredibly swing scoring college tennis where you lose that point, you're down triple game point. Where if you're down 15-30 and you lose a point in ad scoring, you're down 2 points, which is still tough. But 3 game points to defend is a lot more difficult than 2 game points to defend. And look at the bottom of the screen. There's Aspen. At the net with a swing volley. Come on. I think she's got a little earpiece in on the changeovers and she's listening to the broadcast.
What's your message to Nikki to try to change the tune or the tenor of this one-way traffic we're seeing?
Yeah, the funny thing is that it's not one-way traffic. Every game and all the points are close, but it's one-way scoreboard traffic. It's not one-way tennis traffic. So it is. I gotta say, at this point, she has to gut check. But if I was a college match, if I was Pierre or Coach Pete, and I was on the court with her, I'd tell her to go forehand to forehand until she got an opportunity ball, step up, rip the forehands, and try to get to the net, and keep the slices lower. So I would tell her to rally the forehands more, and I would also tell her to attack the second serve. I think Schumann's been putting in some pretty weak second serves all match, and Redelik has just not stepped up and taken advantage of that at all. So if I was coaching it, like Schumann just took that second serve and popped it, and now she's ahead in the point, and here she comes. And now she's backing off. Here she comes. Not able to win it, but she has to be able to sort of close off those kind of patterns. You get ahead in the point because often the second serve is the weakest shot you see in a tennis match. So I'm sorry that Aspen lost that one, but I definitely applaud her for doing the right thing. She just got to get the swing volleys out of the middle of the court.
What do you think about her decision to run around on that second serve too? If she went with a backhand, would that have taken a little bit of time away? Maybe she could have hit her directional with some more damage.
It's a fair question, but I think that the forehand choice was fine.
Oh, look at that.
And
Surprise
that,
dropper.
yeah, but I think that that jives more with being a little bit more patient and playing more of a grind. So I would say against the wind, play the drop shot some more. If you don't want to finish by you coming forward, you most certainly can finish by bringing someone else forward. But I just think that the serving here, this can improve a bit. And right now in the second serve, Redelik can take that second serve and apply pressure, but she's not. She's just allowing Schumann to play in from a neutral position off of second serves. And I think there should be more of a feeling.
There was some really nice directional cross-court forehand. That one just sitting up for her, and Schumann hit it right into that sideline.
It's just good that Redelik was able to get on the board there. She needed that.
Smith about to get a fourth game win on the board in the second, as he eyes a love hold on court 1 to your left.
Keegan Smith is just on autopilot. Anthrop's been able to get him to miss a few backhands, but he hasn't been able to do enough to get a dent in these service games. This is going to be a very frustrating mental place to play from for Anthrop.
That is back-to-back love holds in that men's semifinal. Second love hold for Keegan Smith in the second set. Also picked one up at 1-2 in the second.
But Redelik just tried to attack the second serve and come forward, and Aspen closed the door with a passing shot. So maybe I'm encouraging something that might be too difficult to pull off. So there's the drop shot twice from Aspen, plus a passing shot. So instead of a long rally, the net was the decider in 3 out of those 4 points that game.
Well, so considering how many long points they have played, Mark, do you think that the drop shot is Schumann's way of saying, hey, let's try to make these points shorter just because of fatigue? We're closing in on 3 hours in that match?
Possibly, because Redelik had a decent success rate coming forward, so you wouldn't encourage her to drop shot someone that often when they actually have been winning points a fair amount. But I think as Anthrop just recently tried one on the same side of the screen, the against the wind side might be the near side here. And so as a result, you see Keegan at the top of the screen, maybe there's more sort of offensive power possibilities at the top of the screen, and on the near side of the screen, it's more difficult to hold and win points in games. So as a result, you may be bringing out the drop shot choice on the near side of the screen here today.
That Smith point ends a streak of 12 straight points won by the server here in the second set.
And it's funny, Jack Anthrop just behaved like he hit an ace because of college tennis playing Let's. He had to remember that he actually played Let's. That's another one of those fundamental differences. Love it. I think that Jack has got a whole bunch of problems solved in terms of, like we were talking earlier, was that Jack needed a clear idea of how he wanted to hold serve. He has gotten that. He is showing me 3 or 4 great patterns right now of getting the first balls that he wants, and he's taking a very aggressive stance on his forehands, and he's playing just as big as Keegan is in terms of, I think, controlling his own serve, but he needs to catch a break somehow on the return end.
Off the let cord, that little assertive moving in transition forehand and a fortuitous bounce for the Pepperdine wave.
Yeah, that's when I often say sorry, not sorry.
Yeah.
There she is. She can do it. I'm telling you, she most certainly can do it. And she creates a lot of these openings. And I know whoever is working with her has practiced this shot over and over. But she's been a little stubborn and reluctant, as a lot of 15-year-olds can be. But I'm starting to see, and she's starting to see herself, that it's the right thing to do. She's growing up right in front of our eyes, Brian. Okay.
Wow.
Seeing better tennis from both of them.
Well, I was going to ask you, yeah, as you said, they're growing. I mean, the play of both of them is just growing in front of our eyes. But you pointed out Schumann. Who, as we get close to 3 hours in that women's semifinal, who do you think, from what you've seen, your read on the conditioning of both, who do you think's better suited for the fitness of the toil that this match is bringing?
I think it's even. I think when you're in the moment and you're battling, even as a young 15-year-old, you can handle this. And I think Radulek has done a lot of fitness and is able to deal with it. Let's shift over to the men's match and go full screen on the men's match. Jack Anthrop's trying to make a move here.
And he has himself in a good spot, winning the first 2 points on the return. We haven't had a break of serve in the second set, but wouldn't it be timely, Mark, if Anthrop would be able to pull that one off and see that through here?
He got a great return and a good look at a forehand that he took care of, but now here he is. He's starting to stand in closer. I think it's a great move from Jack. This is exactly the type of point Jack wanted to play. Gets into the actual service game of Keegan, starts negotiating on the backhand. Keegan gets comfortable in the rally, just thinking, hey, I just need to play solid here. But he's not paying attention to the craft. And Jack is got the racket like a magic wand. He can chip it and rip it and roll it all kind of off the same disguise. Obviously he's done a lot of work at, Team Ohio State. Ty Tucker and the Buckeyes run a tight ship, and he's ready for these kinds of moments and is managing what he can control out there. But he's had some great coaching. Actually, a lot of Buckeye coaching, because Coach Kanyeko, who's down at UCF in Orlando, has spent some time with him too.
That one is out. So what Anthrop has done, that's his 5th break chance off of Smith's serve first in the second set. All 4 of the prior ones against Smith's serve were in game 4, and Smith saved all of them. So now 0 for 5 in converting on break chances is Anthrop with another set point.
And Keegan misses that. Oh my gosh. And that's what, oh gosh, it's like I'm jinxing people, huh?
Did he need to, Mark, take that enthusiastic, charismatic leap into the ball, which might have gotten him off balance?
He's a tall guy. So, but it was a little bit of a jump volley. It was a little bit of a hot dog play. You can't afford to do that in that moment. You got to find a way to just make that shot and make Anthrop hit a backhand pass. But wow, credit to Anthrop being on the back end of the score consistently, not doing anything but just getting better and better at holding his own serve until he caught a lucky break. And on a backhand volley, errant miss by the NCAA doubles champion and 2-time U.S. Open doubles participant, Keegan Smith, that Anthrop levels it at 1 set apiece. And we've got 2 3-setters in these semis, with Brumm and Zivert still eating snacks and bananas.
This will be the second 3-setter that Smith has played this week. The first was against Gianni Rossi, you pointed out. What a tough match that was. In 3 hours and 3 minutes it went.
You know, Aspen's got what she wants. She's got herself a French Open battle. And she is coming up with the goods on the passes. Now Redelik is starting to sense that she needs to push forward, but Schumann on the run has earned a lot of respect from Redelik here. I think that it was probably a heavy percentage that Redelik was winning coming forward, and I think that it is evened out now. It's getting closer to almost only 55% of her net points won, because Schumann has been much more precise on the run.
Schumann has won 8 out of the last 9 games. About to try and make that 9 out of 10 there, Mark.
And you can hear the age in her little come on. Yeah, if you're not sure how old she is, just looking on the screen, you can hear. Yeah.
6 years younger than her opponent, Redelik, who still has another year of college at Pepperdine. Just finished her junior year with the Waves.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. Holding at love. And after Schumann was down in the second set 4-1, now she leads 4-1 in the decider.
Truly, truly monster comeback. And
4 minutes.
She stayed true to who she is, and just has gotten a little bit better at defending and coming in a little bit herself. So she hasn't changed a lot, but she's fought hard, changed a little, and just gutted out a lot of games that have gone to the extra innings of the game, and a lot of deuce games that she's won.
So yeah, they're 4 minutes away from hitting 3 hours on that women's semifinal, as we're now into the second point of the third set. Smith and Anthrop, a set apiece, 1 break a serve for each one of them over the course of this semifinal, which is closing in on an hour and 30 minutes. That very aggressive coming to the net like approach from Keegan Smith. Gets a hold of a crushed forehand and a forcing shot for him. He was broken in trying to serve it to 5-all in set number 2 and was broken at 15. First time he surrendered his delivery after falling behind in that 10th game of the second set. Love 40. Five-shot rally ends with another air from Anthrop. Quarterfinal victory against Jamie Floyd Angele. Second round, beat Justin Roberts, world number 991 out of the Bahamas, and closed the first set in that one, 6-3, 6-4, winning 12 of 13 points.
Oh, wow. That's a great volley from Keegan Smith. And so there's no time to breathe a sigh of relief. And Anthrop here.
Trying to serve Anthrop some payback here, Mark.
Yeah, but he has to know. Living the life of being behind the whole match. You finally get it to even. The last thing you want to do is drop your serve to give him a break right away.
Was that a miss on the two-hander down the line? Just a bit long?
Yeah, it's a miss by Keegan, and it's a bad miss. You got Anthrop right where you want him. Don't check out there.
Why do you think he went for more than he needed to on that shot?
He's gone for it a couple times and made it early on, but the score significance right now is just too important.
He does seem very confident leaning in with those approach shots on both wings and then moving forward as fast as he can in some of these points.
I didn't have a problem with that shot. It becomes a horrible miss because it was a break point, but I'd rather see that miss than the one before. The one before, he wasted a point, which you can't afford to do. Anthrop comes back here and holds this, and you're going to think about those two backhands and putting some pressure on Anthrop and making him hit backhand passing shots. I think that's exactly where Keegan Smith would like to be on the Anthrop serve.
There's a backhand winner after missing the last two backhands, which nullified two break chances. But Smith, Mark, is going to get a third try here.
Yeah, it's a poor choice by Anthrop. Smith's already on top of the net. He was already inside the service box. I'm not sure what Anthrop was doing with a continental chipping kind of shot. It had no possibility of causing any problem for Keegan Smith. He had to hit that forehand passing shot. Redelick trying to hang around over there. Nice body serve by Anthrop. That's a good choice. He'd been going slice wide so much. He'd actually been taking the speed off of it, and Keegan was even aware that it was probably coming. So it's nice change up to finally go into the body. And then the body is a good place to go. I don't care who you're playing against.
First game of the second set Anthrop was serving, held through deuce, trying to do it again here. Opening game of the third.
Yeah, he needs to be a little taller on the serve. Got to keep reaching up. Oh, wow. That's a great, great, gritty hold from Anthrop. But like I said, you're going to remember those two backhands from Smith from 40-15 ahead.
Yeah, and then the one there that missed in the ending point of the game.
He's off balance there. He probably should have sliced it and come forward. Should have chipped it to Anthrop's backhand and come forward.
Wasn't easy for Anthrop. It was a tough battle, but through deuce, he holds after saving 3 break points.
Opportunity for Schumann now. 40-15. Schumann starting to do a nice job there. She's choosing not to come forward from being ahead, but she is employing the drop shot now after she's penetrating those deep corners, getting Redlick on the run. She's starting to play that drop shot a lot more in the third set, and it's been paying dividends.
Yeah, so that's going to be a hold for her, as you pointed out.
And let's go full screen with the guys.
And a change over there. We'll go over to court 1 and eavesdrop on this Keegan Smith Jack Anthrop semifinal match.
Oh, Jack guesses right. He guesses right.
A massive backhand threads it between the long arms of Smith and that single sideline.
Great body serve. I like the fact that Anthrop has now adjusted his core position a little bit more and is challenging Keegan and standing up to him. He's gotten used to the speed and the pace of the serve now, so he can shorten up his swings and try to get it back to neutral. Again, it's a fractional return mindset, but I've jinxed him because he's missed the last 2, but I still think he's given himself a better chance to give Keegan a more difficult first volley if he chooses to serve volley, or to get the ball deep middle and neutralize him, not allow him to control the center right away on the first ball.
I think that's a double fault there for Radulek on the right side of your screen, serving to stay in this match. Winner between those two takes on TN, the UCLA Bruin, who breezes into the final in just a little bit more than an hour, beating the 1 seed Samantha Crawford. How good, Mark, is that backhand down the line from Schumann?
I told you in the early part of this broadcast, there's a lot of technical quality in that backhand. And so the precision of it, whether it's cross or line, is going to be there, and it opens up these finishing chances. And it's just nice to see that. Maybe it's because she's ahead in the match now, but Aspen is looking to sort of dot the I's and cross the T's.
Unforced error and match point surface after a forehand was struck wide from Radelic. Schumann in her first USTA Pro Circuit SoCal Summer Series event. Hanging on is Radelic.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my goodness.
What do you think it's troubling Schumann here in her hopes of trying to close?
Just showing her age a little bit. Sometimes you're just hoping that you get over the finish line. You still have to step up and play the last point.
Match points disintegrate, and Radelic has a game point to try and find some energy and momentum towards the late stages of this deciding set.
Sport of tennis is so unique, right? This is basketball. You just take fouls and shoot free throws. This is football. You just run the ball down the middle and run out the clock. In tennis, you got to finish the last point. No siestas. And now the pendulum swings. Redelic shows some guts, and she actually coached herself and said, hey, every point. She said that to herself in the beginning of this game, and I like that little self-coaching she gave her, and it obviously gives her a little bit of a breather to hang around a little while longer, make the youngster think about it. Let's go back to the men's match and let's check in there.
Radelic saving 10 break points in that match, including 2 match points. And yeah, let's make our way over to court 1. Keegan Smith, Jack Anthrop on serve in the decider. Smith taking the line.
But Anthrop at a low 15. And another backhand direction change. If this was practice, you know, that would be 5 push-ups. That would be some sprints. How many times are you going to go for a checkout up the line when you're deep in the court and it's not time?
And that's not the first time we've seen that decision-making of a similar type of shot from Smith, considering where he has been in games.
Well, the problem is that he made the first couple. So it gave him validation that 4 choice is a good choice. And so now in the third set, behind 1-2, it most certainly is got to be a different choice.
Well, that was the right choice on the right side of your screen. A lob over the head of Schumann for Radelic, who would love to capture a break and get back on serve.
And look at Jack Anthrop with the return and charge and stick the volley. I'm in the broadcast booth, so I can't clap. I gotta tell you, that right there, bring me off my feet. That's some really good tennis. That's a good read of the situation. Like I mentioned before, I think Jack needs to make some net appearances and come forward on Keegan, and catching him off guard and just bunting that backhand up the line. Speaking about an old school Buckeye, that brings a Drew Eberle to mind, somebody that Ty Tucker would probably smile about hearing that if he's listening in, who used to run that play a lot back in the day. But I think Alcaraz and TFO and a lot of the guys, Tommy Paul used that backhand up the line in the deuce, that little bunt and charge from the backhand off a kick serve. It's a great play that top men pros are using now.
And there's the size, the height, backpedaling in the smash from Smith.
And that's the way he needs to play tennis. He doesn't need to be going for backhands off balance down the line. When you're 6'6" and a great athlete and a great net game.
Well, this is the second game when he's been serving where he's fallen behind love 40. It's one back.
He's a heck of he's got such a wingspan. Brian, that was a bad toss. He shouldn't have hit the toss. It was too far to the right.
Wow.
He just went over there and walloped it as a bomb tee serve for 120 and got a free point. That's some good tennis from Jack Anthrop, people. That's a big time inside out forehand. great recognition to get up on the short ball, playing this entire match from behind, having no true rhythm and feel on Keegan Smith's serve. Anthrop waited his time, finally got the break, and is now in a much stronger position to try to close this out.
Second, the second break of serve for Anthrop in the match. Broke with
full screen on the girls.
Smith serving at 4-5 in the second set. But yeah, we'll keep our eyes on court 1. Court 4, 30-all in a 5-3 game for Schumann, trying to close things out. She'll have a match point. Had 2 match points on the return in the last game that she could not see through. So we'll try to lock this thing up with her delivery. Well, there's a call in question. It's called in, but Radelic says no, and we are going to have 2 teenage prodigies in tomorrow's final. Schumann, the 15-year-old, winning in a 3-hour and 20-minute marathon of a 3-setter, winning versus Radelic after Schumann on a 3rd match point converted on it, and will take on 19-year-old Frances Tien, Mark, in what should be a lot of fun tomorrow.
What a win for the youngster. Wow. She rolled up her sleeves, down a set in 4-1, and earned her paycheck. Clearly doing a little bit better job of figuring out ways to finish the points, and obviously doing so with a little bit of a drop shot mix, some big ground strokes, and a couple of swing volleys out of the air. So truly impressed by how well she managed from behind, kept fighting to hang around, and then got control of the match and was able to get it done. Losing match points and still keeping her resolve, and body language wise being, I think, outstanding. It just wasn't a lot that you could tell on screen, and maybe if you're really zeroing in on her face, but it just looked like she was embracing and welcoming the moment, handling the situation, and kept fighting until it was done. So Aspen, congratulations, well done. And yeah, it'll be a great opportunity for her in the final tomorrow.
Yeah, Schumann won 11 of 13 games to close out that match. And like you said, we're going to see her, we're going to hear from her in a few moments here after her win. She'll join us on the stream to analyze her performance and look ahead to tomorrow. But if you're Keegan Smith here, Mark, as we shift back over to men's semifinal action, you were on serve. You have to hold on to serves, but what's he missing in his game right now?
Well, I just think that he's embarrassed. I think that he thought he was going to just walk right through this, not lose a set, not lose a serve, find a way to get past Jack. And I think he's, just completely in shock about what has happened in those 2 games. And this match was on a tight thread. And you have to give credit to Jack to hang in there when he didn't have a lot to feel great about. But Jack started doing as good of a job as he could from behind holding his serve, and eventually got the breaks that he needed on Keegan's serve. So it's obviously now on Jack's racket to see if he can hold out. And it's always easier said than done. It's not like we're watching Federer or Sampras. I mean, it still is a 15K with guys that are at a level where they're still trying to grow their games and their brands. But Jack is most certainly turning this one around. And I'm interested in seeing how these last service games go on his serve. We can tell that Keegan now is in disgust, just going to hit a bunch of bombs and try to win quickly and put the pressure back on Jack's racket. But I think it's to Jack's benefit to really compete his tail off on all the return games. Like, I don't like that return game there where it's like, whatever, it's my serve now. Because it's not like Jack is serving 140 and not getting points. Like his service games require negotiation and playing and back and forth. And sometimes when, as we've seen in the girls semifinal, someone's back's against the wall, momentum can change. So yeah, this is key. And if he's paid attention in Buckeye Land, he knows how important it is to win this first point. That's helpful. Not quite sure why Keegan would send that one flying wide. Deep up the middle should be his concentration in terms of this returning right now.
Well, we were going to have Aspen Schumann on for an interview, but she has said no thanks. So we are going to keep our attention on this men's singles. After she took 3 hours and 20 minutes, she has to feel like she's going to have to get right to her recovery right away. Don't blame her there one bit. We see a missed backhand from Smith, and that's been something that has popped up from time to time. Much more in control in that point mark, and a delicate finish, playing within himself with a 0.1 in the forecourt.
I think Jack has taken the serve speed almost too far down. I think he needs to hit the serve a little bit more here. That last serve was just so kind of just kick serve blase. I mean, he needs to take his time here and really pick a spot. He's only a couple points away from being back on serve. Okay, that's a little bit better. It's hard to believe that he's served 80% forehand on the deuce court and has been very successful doing so. Sometimes when people have big shots, they don't always necessarily have consistent returns on their big shots, and maybe he figured that out. But here, see what he does with this serve. Tries to go T, but contacts it too low. Oh, the tweener, but the great lob. And it's not easy to get a lob over somebody 6'6", but Jack Anthrop's able to get that done and hold. Those were big moments there at 30-all and 40-30. He's able to move on and get himself into a position. I'd like to see him work harder on this return game, but he can sniff this final now.
Wins that point on a second serve. There were 6 forehand strikes from Smith in that point. Jack Anthrop, 19 years old, Ohio State product. I said two setters before getting into today's semifinal after really having to work in that first round encounter.
Oh yeah, he could have been out. That's always so common, right? When people make title runs, that there's a scare in that process. But yeah, he's had some results in some pro tournaments. He did well at Edwardsville. He did okay last year in the Southern Cal circuit. He actually has gotten a wild card from the Buckeyes. Our opponents for the other semi are warming up. That's good. But Anthrop is holding on to a few points in 3 different tournaments, but this would definitely be key for his career. He's the last direct acceptance into this tournament at 1,024.
And as you said at the beginning, as Keegan Smith throws in an ace there to kickstart a game where he must hold, rankings, they don't mean a whole lot in a tournament like this as far as what you're going to expect to see and who's going to win. It's sort of a toss-up.
He's been able to get that drop shot to work. Clearly, it's always a fine line, drop shotting somebody that's comfortable and confident at the net. But obviously, Smith has got to move forward and be able to get there with ease. It's just a blessing that Smith is still on the courts playing. Again, he suffered that really traumatic skateboarding accident a couple of years ago, hit by a car, and it was a small window where people were worried if he was even going to be alive and with us. And so to think that he made it through that and was able to get back out and compete. I mean, that was April of 2022 with the skull fracture.
He said, Mark, as we see him come up with another service winner, that with all of what you just said he went through, when he got back onto the court for the first time, and it happened to be on those UCLA courts, of course, he played there 4 years, although that 4th year was truncated just a little bit because of that injury that was life-threatening. He said he just cried uncontrollably when he got back on the court for the first time after his life was in jeopardy, just appreciating the moment more so than ever before.
Well, he's got to show some resolve here, get a hold, and put the pressure back on Jack to be a closer.
The one break of serve in this deciding set was Smith serving at 1-2. Summons the hold. What do you think his mentality, his approach has to be here as a returner, knowing what's at stake in this game that, for Keegan, where Anthrop is on the doorstep.
Every ball back in play. Every ball back in play and hustle like a dog for that first ball that Anthrop hits. Get it back to neutral, make Anthrop play the complete game. Like, get this ball back. That's just too good. Good precision by Anthrop on the first ball to open up enough space to go back behind. I love the back behind play late in the match.
The wrong-footed shot with the forehand.
Players often cheat with their hips to run out of the corner late in the match. And going back behind them is a good choice. That was well played. I like that one. Hitting a little bit bigger serve, so he's not just only throwing in the kickers, because he had taken all the speed away from the serve some, as he was comfortable and confident with some of the rallies, but don't want to let Keegan get ahead. But now this is where he's probably going to go wide again because it's been so successful. He goes bomb T. Wow, he even throws me off there. I was surprised. He go back to the bread and butter that's won so many points for him. But I'm happy to see that he's been hitting the serve this game. And yeah, Keegan is not pleased.
Match at stake right here. And there it is. 19 years old, just finished his freshman campaign at Ohio State. Jack Anthrop taking down the 6th seed, the former UCLA Bruin, Keegan Smith. After losing the opening set, it was a reverse sweep, if you will, 6-4, 6-3 for Anthrop into the final, tomorrow's final. And who he plays will be the winner of this one. Warm-up is still in progress here. Zivert and Brumm. So we'll have that second men's semifinal for you in its entirety here on Crack Rackets. By the way, shout out not only to Mark Bay, I'm Brian Fenley, but our awesome producer, Daniel Westhoff, has been with us, and the rest of the Crack Rackets team, everybody that's been so helpful here at the University of San Diego, the great crew on site here, led by tournament director Nadia Abdallah, women's coach here for the Toreros. Such a great facility, state of the art. Chris Boyer, major props to him and what he's done. And I know, Mark, you mentioned him, and we could not sing his praises enough, considering what he has done to make this 7-week-long pro circuit here in SoCal out of the USTA a possibility. He has just done priceless work in growing the game.
I agree. I really am impressed with the organization of it.
Yeah.
Being part of a challenger in Winnetka in Chicago for many, many years, I understand all the logistics that go into putting these tournaments on. They're not easy. The amount of money it costs, the amount of sponsors, it's very difficult. And I must say, to have 7 weeks in a row combined with men and women, to see Brumm hitting the forehand winner, sees that many people combined, it's really impressive to me. All in all, to have the efficiency of this, to be able to have the Southern Cal people not even have to travel, just to stay with friends and spending most of their time in one area. It likens to like a country like Italy, some of the countries that now you see Center and Berrettini, these guys that are up at the top. It's because they had a very positive, easy pathway with getting so many tournaments that are in a geographic location close to and making it easy for players to get their first points. So for 23,
and there's a lot of
to get their first points,
yeah.
And there's a 3-year commitment. So also to Bruce Cleage as well, I think, who stepped up and really been part of putting money behind this and helping. I think it's just an exceptional overall effort.
Could not have said it better myself. And there's a lot to play for, not just the points, but getting a wild card in the qualifying draw of next year's Indian Wells on the men's and women's side. And of course, there's a couple caveats to gaining that. You would have to be either a SoCal native or going to college in Southern California.
Yeah, they've really put a lot of effort into making it Southern California centric, which I'm okay with. Because look, even though this is a circuit that's still Southern California centric, obviously you have Keegan Smith here having these opportunities to play a couple minutes from his house. Jack Anthrop is out here for a couple weeks from Orlando, Florida, and it's not costing him that much money.
Jacob Brumm, who is on the near side of your screen, 24 years old. He is 2 wins away from capturing his first ITF singles crown. Grew up in Rancho Santa Fe, went to Torrey Pines High School, graduated there in 2017, and finished off his collegiate career at Baylor as a grad student after 4 years of tennis at UC Berkeley, where he picked up an astrophysics degree. That doesn't sound too easy to get. And Brumm a game away from Ziverts, the server, in as a qualifier from Sweden, who played 5 years as a Wildcat for the University of Arizona. 2022 was his last season in Tucson. Brumm has been on the court coming into today's semifinal an hour longer as far as his match play this week in the main draw.
And like our girls match that finished obviously after a very long grind, I think these points will also on court 4 be a lot longer than the points that Anthrop and Keegan played. So I just think for whatever reason, court 1 has been a quicker point court, and court 4 will be a longer point court all day.
Whether or not Brumm wins this first game on the return, just the pressure that he is putting on Zivert's serve has to be a positive. Just making it really hard for Zivert's here, who's back to a second deuce. Good smash and finish.
Love that. That's maybe the difference between the last match and this one. There's gonna be some coming forward and finishing for sure.
Yeah, in that last match, which saw Aspen Schumann win in 3, it was as if both were allergic to winning points in front in the forecourt. Set up for some hypnotic, long-winded, could you say lung-busting rallies?
Yeah, these guys are in great shape. I don't think that their lungs will be challenged. And the weather is beautiful. It's San Diego. This isn't Huntsville, Alabama, or El Paso, Texas. This is 65, 70 degrees. Nice weather, nice breeze.
Yeah, we did have a little bit of that rain. Although I wouldn't really call it rain. It was just condensation coming off the marine layer, essentially, with the drizzle. And just to be safe, we were supposed to start at 10:30. We began at 11:30. but there weren't any puddles accumulating anywhere. So the drawing of the court didn't take a whole lot of time, thankfully. As Brumm pockets the break, an immediate break is served. Both of these competitors, 24 years old, and for Brumm, this is his 11th 15K event just this year. What kind of experience does that do for a guy like that, and his caliber and his will and his belief?
Yeah. I think he just gets where he's really comfortable at this level, and when you're fresh out of college, it's a great place to start. It just feels like to me that Brumm is going to be the one that, after the initial rally or the first 5 or 6 balls have been struck, that's going to look to try to cut the court off and transition a little bit more, hit the forehand bigger. Just feel like Brumm's a little stronger on the forehand side of the court. Zivert is maybe a little bit better on the backhand side of the court. But and serving wise, let's say it's even. Maybe Brumm's a little stronger server. So I think this matches up well. I think the match in terms of execution will be on Brumm's racket because he's going to probably look to dictate more.
The last 4 points, or make that, let's see, so that's going to be 15 all. 3 of the last 4 points, I should say, have gone Brumm's way, but it was a third break point that he capitalized on in that opening game, a 2-deuce game. This has been a lot better of a week for Jacob Brumm into the semifinals after losing to Gianni Ross, first round main draw last week at Rancho Santa Fe. 17th professional hardcourt match that Brumm has played this year. Let's that one slip away. A double fault now into our 5th point of the second game. After we needed 10 points to seal the fate in the first game.
missing the forehand there. He tends to hit the forehand with a big wind up and a lot of shape. And sometimes that can end up creating shanks and errant misses. I think that the rally ball and the return mechanics on the forehand should be slightly different.
You brought up the forehand mechanics, Mark. How correctable is that? And if so, how long does it take for a player to really feel comfortable with that change?
Well, somebody at age 24, you're not going to change it. These guys are formed and made players. It's difficult to make major changes when they've already hit millions of balls a certain way since they were a young child. But trying to tear something down and build a new change, usually the earliest you can see differences is probably 7 weeks of time. It just takes a lot of quality repetitions to change a neuromuscular pattern in the brain for tennis. So that's why you like to try to start early and do the things often the right way, the best repetitions early in age.
Good serve by Brumm into that backhand. 2 games, both entering deuces, and here would be a game point for Brumm. Assuming that Brumm groundy went long. So that's going to take us to our second deuce. Second straight game we've had that happen.
Brumm is leading himself right up to the opportunity. This hasn't been a sort of a pressure performer on the game point here to close out a service game and go 2-0.
He's got more danger with a break chance, weighing down this service game of his.
He went straight this corner. Thank you.
He did not hold back. Zivert's with that forehand on the runaround. How do you think now? Obviously, we're going with deuce scoring here, but how much different is a matchup like this if we didn't, between these two that have had 2 very extensive games? How does that change if we throw in no ad scoring? Just be curious to get your thoughts on that.
We'd be in the 4th game right now.
We'd be done with the match already.
No,
Yeah.
we would be in the 4th game right now.
Yeah.
So it's a different mental gymnastics, and it's a different fitness. Look at how long the matches take. Again, Brumm just seems like he's going to be the one to be the prober here. He's going to try to create more angle, create more space, apply more pressure. And it just feels like the execution, right, is on his racket.
11 points played in the second game. That's one more than the opening game.
Unforced error.
He's had a few unforced errors, Mark, in this game where he's had backhands and forehands to rip and just hasn't gotten the net clearance.
That one is there.
Mirroring the opening game, a third break chance in this second game.
Oh, wow.
A dizzying finish to that game. 14 points that game lasted, and a double fault takes away the break lead from Brumm. And how would you put into words what we just saw there in that second game as we have men's doubles already underway? Their final is happening on court 1.
It's great that the men's final is on this court, because even though Fangren Tian won her match quicker, it gives her the ability to have a longer break until then she can have ample rest for her doubles final, and then be able to come back and play the singles tomorrow. So it's schedule-wise working out for the one player that has the most tennis to play.
Strode and Truck are the serving pair on the far side, taking on De Jong and Rogers. In no way, and I know, Mark, one of the things that you said about what's going to happen on court 4 is we're going to see some of those longer rallies, but it just doesn't seem like we've gotten a flow and a rhythm. A lot of unforced errors, short points. Not saying that that's going to continue on, but
It's also tough for those guys, Brian. They thought they were going to play. When Redelik was up a set and 4-1, they thought they were going to be playing.
yeah.
And they had to sit around and figure out their snacks and the water and just get themselves going again. Your warm-up was way earlier than the mist. There's a lot of dynamic here to this match relative to the preparation. And so I'm going to give them a pass a little bit here on this beginning that's been a little bit lackluster. And hope once they sink their teeth into the match and they get 4 games into it, they'll be able to play closer to their higher level that's gotten them in this semifinal.
So it's now 40-15 Zivert. Jack Anthrop awaits the winner in tomorrow's men's final.
Oh, geez. Save the women and children. He had to duck. Great to see Zivert at the net.
Zivert, Pac-12 Scholar Athlete of the Year. And a changeover now. Ended his Arizona career tied for 5th all-time in singles wins with 71. No ad scoring in our doubles portion of the draw, and it is one-way traffic for Truck and Strode into the doubles final as a wild card. Zivert and his journey to get to today's semifinal took out
More than qualies.
Yeah, had to get through qualies, and in that quarterfinal, took out the 8th seed Enzo Wallert 6-4, 6-4 in an hour and 48 minutes. How about this ratio for you, Mark? In that match for Zivert's, 12 aces, 1 double fault. I'll take that any day.
I would too.
Brumm takes the line on the right side of your screen. Little loose with that forehand, struck in the cross court by Brumm. Had a quarterfinal win against Trevor Schweida in 2 hours and 45 minutes. Trevor, the younger brother of Zach. And I know, Mark, you've called, I'm sure, seen a lot of what Zach has done, just 20 years old, inside the top 300 in the world. What a tennis talented family they do have.
Yeah, I'd say that's a heck of a story with Zach. Not playing any junior tournaments, almost like a Williams sister kind of story. And I commentated his Kalamazoo run when he won Kalamazoo and got to play in the U.S. Open a few years back. And so I agree, Zach is very natural on the court, and the racket seems like he plays with ease, and for sure a bit surprising to have had so little match experience in juniors and to be so dominant when he did show up to Kalamazoo that year.
What's the benefit in not playing juniors?
Sometimes in juniors, there's just a lot of circumstances with the scheduling isn't ideal, and you play 3 hours. You play a match like Schumann just played in juniors. They may tell you to come back in an hour to play another match. And you have no chance of possibly recovering after what Schumann just did. She couldn't even give us an interview. And in juniors, like the schedule is just too cramped, or obviously this without referees and officials on the courts, the cheating and sportsmanship can be difficult, and sometimes the parents can be a little bit too overwhelming, being too concerned about results early on. So kids are scared to play, so they're not playing aggressively because they're worried about losing. And so it has a lot of those dynamics, and that's why some people have chosen to play little or none. Obviously, if you do it the right way, in a healthy way, it's a great experience, and and obviously great preparation for college and professional tennis. So there's a lot of different pathways, a lot of different ways to skin the cat, but relative to some of the drawbacks of it, I'd say that's a pretty common list.
That was so well said on your part. And as you were saying, Brumm has dropped his delivery for a second time. So it should be 3-1 Zivert. And it will be Zivert serving.
Yeah, maybe the scoreboard's still off.
A little off, but it is 3-1. We promise you.
Maybe let's focus on men's doubles for a second, full screen. Maybe they get that together soon.
Truck and Strode ahead. How hard is it, Mark, to be really good in singles and doubles at the same time in your career?
Very hard. I obviously have a great reputation and a long-standing relationship with the Bryan brothers, who were very good in both singles and doubles through juniors in college and played on the futures and challenger circuits. And Bob qualified 6 times in 1 year on the ATP tour while him and Mike were winning all those titles. So it's very difficult to do. Bob won the Triple Crown, winning singles and over Goldstein, and doubles with his brother, and they won the team. So he won the Triple Crown, which only happened a couple of times. And they just went into the ITA Hall of Fame in Orlando a couple of weeks ago. So that's difficult to do. On the Pro Tour, Patrick Rafter, Jonas Bjorkman, Stefan Edberg, Martina Navratilova. John McEnroe actually is it's funny, people only talk about Djokovic and Nadal and Federer, but to John McEnroe's defense, John McEnroe won 77 singles titles on the ATP tour and 78 doubles. So he won 155 titles. So if you think about it, John McEnroe is the winningest man that's ever played professional tennis. McEnroe is. No one thinks about it that way, because the Bryan brothers have 109 doubles titles, right? Federer's got about 97 singles. Jimmy Connors is the record for the 109 singles titles. So Jimmy Connors doesn't have, 50 some odd doubles titles, right? So no one in combined, but because McEnroe only won 7 Grand Slams in singles and 77 singles, McEnroe's not in the conversation. But to go and play singles and doubles the way John McEnroe did, when, scheduling wise, he had to play them both on the same day often. Yeah, that's extremely hard to do. And so Johnny Mac doesn't get especially in 3 out of 5 sets too.
Yeah.
Johnny Mac doesn't get the credit that he probably deserves there, because everyone's very single centric. But I'd say that it's very hard to do that.
Well, the score here is actually 4-1 in favor of Strode and Truck.
And they're receiving at the top of the screen.
Yeah.
And De Jong and Rogers, they were fortunate to get in. They were either the last one in or a wild card.
Wild card. Or no, excuse me. That would have Truck and Strode or a wild card.
Yeah. No, De Jong and Rogers were an alternate team. They got in because someone else pulled out. So they weren't going to even be in the draw. And they've made a run to the final.
We just saw, sorry, Marco.
And they beat some really solid teams en route.
Yeah. Zivert just got broken. So we've had a total of 4 breaks to serve, 2 on either side. For Brumm and Zivert in the men's semifinal, which is happening simultaneously on court 4. So back on serve they are, heading into a 6th game. And there we go. There's Ziverts and Brumm. Right side of your screen, 34 minutes in. Brumm will take the line. Has not held in this first set yet. Was broken at love 1 in a 14-point second game. What do you make of, Mark? So we've had 1 hold in 5 games here on the right side of your screen. Is that a trend that you think we'll see throughout the course of this match? Or what do you think some of the instability with the serving is credited towards?
It's a great question. I think Brumm's a little stiff on the serve. I think Zivert's, the toss varies a little bit. I think there's some technical things that's causing them to miss first serves, but I think they're fairly evenly matched. And sometimes just being evenly matched without glaring, like Keegan Smith has big weapons, right? And that allows him to sometimes hold easily. These guys are a little bit more even, and it's going to end up being a lot more about movement and ground stroke efficiency. And Ziverts is proven so far that he's probably a little steadier. They both are moving well, but I just think he seems to be covering a lot of ground and a good fighter. So I'd say that he's probably slightly favored right now, just from what I'm seeing in his first 5 games. But part of it is that after 5 games where you've held or broken or at least served twice and received twice, now this is the time where both of them have to figure out what their winning formula needs to be. Regardless of what you thought it was coming into the match, now you've got some actual live experience to problem solve and try to put together a game plan. And obviously Anthrop did that quite well. He adjusted to the court position and where he needed to be and how he needed to hold. So he did a nice job as the match went on. And hopefully same happens with this other semi.
Yeah, Anthrop winning in 3 sets against Keegan Smith in that first semifinal. Just a total of 2 breaks for Anthrop in that match. One at the first one was in the last game of the second set to even it up at 1 set apiece, and then had one in the third, and that was all he needed. That's really nicely played from Brumm, doing damage off both wings, up both sidelines. He'd be thrilled to add a hold after he was broken at love in game 4.
Here in the doubles, it's an important game here for DeJong and Rogers to try to find their way back into this set. I like the fact that they're working both back and playing 2 back against the I formation here. Overplayed the return. And that's because of a little bit of a pinch move there as the server's partner tries to just decrease the amount of space the returner visually has. Sometimes you have to just go right at the net player instead of missing wide like that. That was too big of a moment not to get the ball in play, but Track and Strode here have a chance to go up 5-2. I just think that 4-3 to 5-2 is a big chasm.
Speaking of big moments, one right there for Brumm with his first service game win. Evens that opening set on court 4 at 3-all. And we've talked in length about what is at stake here on the single side as far as this 7-week-long USTA Pro Circuit SoCal Summer Series. The top point getter on the men's and women's sides both achieve qualifying spots in a wild card position in next year's BNP Paribas Open. And you have to either be a SoCal resident, a native, or be someone who is playing college tennis in Southern California. And after 1 week, on the men's side, Keegan Smith actually was the leader. He had 8 points, which is 32 points if you win an event. 16, you reach the finals. 8 points reaching the semifinals, which he did. So another 8 points will give him 16. So as Mark mentioned earlier, there are others that are in these events this summer series that are either not from SoCal or go to a SoCal college, so they don't qualify for this prestigious wildcard spot at Indian Wells. And
this one feels like it's like we're calling a French Open 3 out of 5 set grind, even though it's 2 out of 3. This one just seems like there's going to be some back and forth, and that's okay. It's big stakes to make it to the finals and then win. The way the points work in these tournaments, you get a little bit in the beginning, and then it gets a little bit more robust in the middle, but it balloons. Like the winner of a semifinal gets a lot more, and then you get to a final, and then winning it. So that's just the semifinal win and the finals. Last 2 victories in the tournaments on the lower part of an ATP pyramid, a substantial amount of points, which helps you move up the ladder.
Big time. Just last year, we were mentioning Zach Schweida. He won 2 of these events in the USTA Pro Circuit Summer Series here in Southern California, and it's sort of like he has graduated from this level, if you will, and is now making the Challenger Circuit and some of those 250s his habitat moving forward. Just 20 years old is Schweida, but one of the many positive stories of up-and-coming players who are using this really well-planned and put-together summer series spearheaded by Chris Boyer as a total launchpad springboard for confidence, as you said, ranking points, a little bit of cash, and some great competition. A serve out wide for Zivert. It's a big part of his game. You mentioned it, 12 aces in the quarterfinal, which, considering that number, it was surprising that he had only 1 ace and 4 double faults in his second round triumph in 2 sets against the Australian Mitch Harper.
Yeah, Zivert, he tosses the serve quite a bit to the right, so he's going to slice the majority.
There was one of those long, drawn-out rallies that, Mark, you thought would be commonplace in this match, and Zivert has a chance at a game point here. I wanted to throw this other question, actually. You're talking about the ball toss from Zivert. The best returners, how good are they at knowing the tendencies of the servers based upon where they detect the ball tosses going?
That's great. That's a great comment, and they're outstanding at it. If you watch Djokovic now, who's probably I would say the top returner in tennis, he's in that crouch position. He's extremely focused, and he's watching the ball toss. And if there's any variance, I mean, Pete Sampras and Federer are probably the best in the history of the game at the ball toss being the same and them having all the different options of what they want to do with it. Maybe Kyrgios now too, but there's some slight telltales if you pay attention to people's shoulders in the ball toss, and you can pick up things. So if you're really locked in with your focus, you can sometimes read the serve and then be in better position for that.
Let's
go full screen on the doubles. Let's Strode and Track here trying to close out.
Now 5-3.
Up 30-15 here. They're communicating, obviously. They're running the eye. He's going to go left. Oh, I told it because I saw the signal. I'm not a mind reader.
Do you think they planned, Mark, one of their teammates wearing a red shirt, the other the white shirt on both sides?
Accidental unity. Young and Rogers just haven't figured out the best way to get past the first 3 balls. They say doubles is 3.6 shots normally. It's played traditionally. So the serve, return, and first shot here. It's important to get into the points. Like now, they're into it, but just miss wide.
And there's the first serve, or excuse me, the first a set, I should say, 6-3 to Strode Truck. At a 34-minute pace, we're still in the opening set here, and it's 47 minutes in. On serve. 4 breaks, 3 holds. Game 8 about to happen with here Jacob Brumm. Out was that forehand approach shot from Brumm. Trying to carry himself with a little bit more aggression in the transition game. But he's been broken twice. One of those was at Love. Has battled back, got the re-break.
Yeah,
But I'll tell you,
they spent enough time feeling each other out now. They've said hi, they've sniffed each other's noses, they wagged some tail. It's time now to lock in and have someone take control of this set. We have a tie break in this, so it can't be an Isner and Mahout.
What was that? A match that took 3 days to finish?
70 to 68 in the final set.
Yeah. It's 3 straight lets. What do you think that has to do with the ball toss?
You know, sometimes if the ball toss drifts a little bit forward, if you chase it too far forward, then it comes very close to hitting the top of the net, being a fault or being a net. That or sometimes the server, you know, pulling their shoulders and their head down too quickly. Oh my gosh.
Oh, we couldn't quite track that one down. Some like cat and mouse play out there.
Top spin volley. Good times.
Both players taking dead aim at these sidelines and having success in that. But Brumm is no stranger, Mark, to hoisting a trophy here. Last year was part of the winning doubles team to take the title. Second week of the SoCal Pro Circuit. Got his first ball forehand in the firefight with some added width after serving up the middle. What did you think about that short-lived 4-point rally, which had Brumm's fingerprints all over it?
I think that Zivert's for sure is maybe a little bit more vulnerable if you can pressure the forehand, but you know, Brumm is picking up some confidence in ball striking there, but he's just overshooting the mark. It's like he's hitting and not playing. And I think that it sounds easy off my tongue, right? Hitting versus playing, but I think a player understands the right speed of shot and choice of shot and the movement and all that kind of flows in the moment. I think a hitter sometimes is just trying to hit the ball harder, hit the ball better, hit the ball bigger, hit it to a perfect target. And sometimes you can definitely hit well and lose. Sometimes you can play well and not always ball strike as well.
That's so lucky.
That is such a great example of what you just said, ball striking off the return to serve, and Brumm broken for a third time. And as you mentioned as well, taking some big cuts with that forehand and hitting into small targets in the corners, sometimes paying off, but not so much towards the latter stages of that 8th game, as Zivert's the qualifier trying to gain entry into tomorrow's final, serving for a 1-set lead. One stings. Backhand approach. Clips the net cord and doesn't eclipse the net. Zivert is 5-0 this year in pro events. This is his first futures event this year. Making an instant impact at the net, rushing forward, and the well-polished forehand volley finishing shot. Just one hold for Brumm. That's all he's had through 8 games.
That's a good ball. Bring in the targets and just keep it simple right now. Put the pressure on Zivert to have to do something. Don't make the unforced errors right now. I know Brumm likes to try to play up tempo and convert, but you got to play the scoreboard. So right now, simplify, almost boring directional cross courts right now. Take the risk down and keep the competition up and see if Zivert can close it. Oh, that's cute.
Clever finish. Seems to be more of an emphasis for Zivert to play the whole court and, Mark, not just stay on the baseline. And it's a 1-set-to-love lead for the native of Sweden.
Ironically, in the NCAA tournament, Ohio State and Arizona had to play against one another in around the 16 in Columbus. Zivert played higher in the lineup, so he and Anthrop did not have a match. Anthrop played lower in the lineup, so that wouldn't be a recurrent a rematch or revenge type of match for either one of them if Zivert was able to win today. But Ohio State did get out of there with a very tight 4-2 victory and route to get into the finals of NCAAs and losing to eventual champion Virginia.
Let's say, Mark, that Zivert wins and is going to be taking on Anthrop. How much of a odds are you saying that Anthrop is going to call his college coach, Ty Tucker, and say, hey, you remember when we played Zivert? I might not have been on the court against him, but what do you remember from that, as to get a little scouting report?
What are the odds of that?
Yeah.
On a 100% scale?
Yeah.
120. Ty Tucker is one of those few guys out there that has notes on. He has notes on your grandma. He's got notes on your dog. Got a file cabinet full of notes, papers, and Ty's got notes on everyone. And he's a constant student of the game and is always asking and questioning and keeping up on tactics and all. So he's very dialed in. And Jack will most certainly have a talk with him. I don't think that most collegiate players that are part of great programs, they keep those relationships as they get out on the tour. It doesn't matter if it's Steve Denton at Texas A&M or Brian Shelton at Florida, David Roditi at TCU, all these great coaches, the players that leave them and go out and play, they stay umbilical cord connected to the programs, and they've had a long-standing relationship with them, and they trust. And clearly, because of so much input during matches and trusting that the coach's input actually helps them win, they are definitely going to solicit that even when they're out on their own.
Well, yeah, and when you have players that go on from your program and have success at the next level, what a great recruiting tactic and tool for you as a coach to say, hey, look what I've done. Look at all the talent that I've cultivated. You could be that next person if you join this program.
That's exactly right. I understand it quite well. Actually, I have a 17-year-old in my program that's going to be a Buckeye. Nikita Felon's going to be going there and being part of this Buckeye tradition. So I understand it quite well. It's all part of the process for sure.
So we're about to get the second set underway on court 4, men's singles semifinal. Until then,
I just like the fact that DeJong and Rogers now have held twice for the first time in the match, in a row. So they're able to keep Strode and Track having a hold from behind. Just Martina Navratilova talks about this all the time, and a lot of people want to hold it, but holding from even is different than holding from behind. It's even more pressure holding from behind. Because when you don't, the person is up by 2 games.
what about when you're closing a set and it's on serve? How much pressure is that comparatively? And you're serving to close it out.
And the question, so you're ahead 5-4 or 5 something?
You're ahead 5-4, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, and that's why winning the first point is so important. Mathematically, you win the first point, your odds are almost like 71% to close it out. So it makes a huge difference. And that's why when Anthrop closed out the match and Keegan Smith winning the first point was so huge.
Yeah.
So here, as you see, as these guys are trying to battle here, they're having a few more rallies here in this early stage of the second set instead of the traditional immediate serve and put away. They're having a little bit more cross-court cat and mouse here. I like this play. Young and Rogers moving up. But I also love that play. It's a second serve. It's a second serve. So a lot of times people don't move on the second serve and they let the return get through. Well, that was a stretch return without a lot of pace on it, and immediately a decisive poach and spiking. So now you're up 40-15 instead of maybe that return gets through and you lose the point and it's 30-all. Your job is to help the partner and take as many balls as you can up there in that service partner position.
Is there a point, though, Mark, when in doubles being overly assertive can actually not go in your way? Where you want, like you're talking about, you want to be assertive, but there's...
Oh, my God, like that right there. He whiffed it. I thought maybe he nicked it.
It was almost like he was holding a badminton racket in his hand.
That was really strange.
But yeah, like how easy can you fall into a trap of being over aggressive and actually hurting your team in doubles? Because it can be, I would think, I don't know, something that is appeasing, but you can get in your own way, I guess.
No, that's more than fair. Well, this wouldn't be a deciding point. This is just a deuce point. Actually, scoreboard wise, we're a point behind. Oh, actually, the doubles is actually Nomad scoring, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's
Doubles is no at the 15K level, so that
yeah.
works. Nice job.
Yeah, no ad scoring.
Yeah, that's correct.
Doubles.
Yeah, it's always. And that change, I can't even remember what year that was on the tour. Initially, the thought was that it was going to make things more upset prone, like the top teams could get upset. And I feel like the better teams were still doing a good job. It made it helter-skelter. I tell you, sitting there in some of those Master Series tournaments with the Bryans and Miami and Cincinnati and all those no ad points going through Mike Bryan, I definitely put a couple gray hairs on my head before I stopped cutting it all off. Yeah, it's a big part of college tennis now for sure, and definitely here to stay, I think.
Well, a big part of our men's semifinal that's going on at the same time has been the return. There have been 5 breaks in the opening set. We're just about to start, actually, in the middle of the first game of set number 2 between Zivert and Brumm.
He's right there. Looks like he was trying to change direction on the volley, didn't take another step forward. And as you get closer to the net, the small degrees of how your racket opens really is significant in terms of keeping it low and hitting it harder. Tricky situation in terms of staying up or going back, since the return didn't have enough on it. Produced a short forehand. He was able to step up and capitalize. It requires a little bit more strategy when, as a server, you're not going to serve the volley. You're going to stay back. You have to really think carefully about your formations and your coverages. Should you move left? Where's the service partner going to move that allows the ground stroker who stays back to hit their better ground stroke? There's a lot more, actually. It's much easier to play a traditional straight up serve and volley. But in this day and age, the returns and the passing shots are so strong that a lot of teams don't do it. Now there, I don't even know what to tell you. That's a wide open forehand volley that he just flagged, and the target is the service line. So that's a 21-foot mistake.
We do have the action going on. I don't know if it's okay if we 2-box on the men's semifinal. Brumm won the opening game of the second set at 15. Now into game 2 of set 2. Zivert's with 3 breaks and 3 holds in the opener. That's where you force Brumm to have to defend the width of the court. Zivert's in there, hitting his targets in the corners. And a crushed forehand seals the point.
A little bit too stiff. Brumm hits more of a driving backhand, and that's okay as he's going to the big part of the court. You know, tennis court 78 feet, but when you rip it cross court corner to corner, 82.5 feet, so you got a lot of space. But when he doesn't relax his hands at the end of the swing, he's not finishing with a little bit more brush and shape. It makes the taking the ball up the line just a bit more risky. He needs to do the up the lines from inside the court, not from behind the baseline, given the way he produces the backhand.
The right idea there, Mark, but just a little bit too wide on the forehand, if I'm not mistaken, from Zivert's. Or no, did he connect on that one? I beg your pardon.
Hard to read the body language on these guys. I'm still not sure. We haven't gotten. And it looks like they've added a one official to the court for the far sideline. So that's a partial official crew. Yeah, he's not happy, but that is what I meant when I said that the match is sort of on Brumm's terms. He's getting a lot of these opportunities.
When you say it's on his terms, you're saying that he's having too many unforced errors.
Well, I'm saying that Zivert's isn't hitting the ball so big that it's Brumm is playing with a good second and a half to organize where he wants to hit the balls, but he's not been able to just put together the combinations to have a lead. Zivert's is okay with just being consistent and making balls and competing, daring him to do that, saying, okay, how many winners a game are you going to make?
And as we've highlighted, the ability to hit through the court is not an easy task. Very slow courts and talking to everybody. So yeah, hitting through the court and hitting winners past your opponent is somewhat of a rarity, even with some of the bigger hitters.
Tennis is still a game that's based on error management than it is on amazing offensive winners. That's exciting for the ESPN highlight reel, but not necessarily what wins matches. That's another forehand unforced error.
Yeah, that's the story here, Mark, right?
His unforced error count is high. He's over 20 in the unforced error category right now in this match, and that's why he's on the backside of the score.
And it's not only that they're unforced errors, but many of these points he's ahead in the rally in an offensive position, and he's just, I don't want to say giving the point away, but kind of in a way, just considering some of these mistakes.
He's missing big moments over there in doubles, though. Strode and Track have saved one break point. They're still facing two more, serving at 2-3 in the second. The Jong and Rogers trying to sink their teeth deeper into these service games. Oh, that's really well played in doubles there. It's an outstanding volley. So that's 2. First break point was saved with a big serve down the tee. Second break point was saved with a great serve and a stab volley. And now here we are on a deciding point. To me, it feels rather significant here. I think DeJong and Rogers can get the break and hold, and we could be pushing into a super breaker possibly for Louis the third. So it's in. What a move. First of all, what a serve. Second of all, what a reflex to get it back. Third of all, an overhead from the baseline is not easy. And then for the partner to have the willingness and the courage to dive on a stretch volley. Like, how many things that were just doubles amazing that just happened in one point? It's a heck of a...
Yeah, and having to save multiple break chances and 15 games played, an hour and a minute in. Truck and Strode avoid the scare.
See, I like that. Really active at the net, looking to take the balls, and all of a sudden, as you lay back and play the baseline part of it, you're so consumed with what the net guy is moving or not. And now he just happens to be a 6'4" guy with a bright red shirt on. You're really picking him up in your purview. That was a good coverage on the line, and then obviously an errant miss.
Lost that forehand wide, did Ziverts, as we take you to a 2-box, the native of Sweden on the near side. Break lead and a set lead. That's got to feel good. Be able to crush an overhead, high velocity on the smash for the qualifier. Trying to win his 6th match this week.
And this is a big moment here against doubles because they had a bunch of break points to go up 4-2, and now they're down a break point, 2 break points here. They strode and track. Oh, he missed a return. That's one save. So important to get the first serves in. It's a broken record statement that'll never, ever, ever get old. First serves in our sport are paramount.
That last,
I was going to take good pressure from Brumm.
Brumm was broken in the last game, which is the 10th time this week he's been broken. 4th time today, 4 times he was broken in the second round, which was a win against Sebastian Grozny, who was the 2022 Wimbledon junior doubles champ and Big 12 freshman of the year at TCU.
Good choice on the drop shot. That's a good read of court position. This day and age, with 3 months of red clay on TV every day, everyone's seeing Alcaraz put in those drop shots, and it is important, not just when you're against the wind, but also if your opponent is on their back heels and they're deep in the court. It's obviously a good choice then as well.
What do you make of the fact, Mark, that in this match, we've had in 3 different instances in that match, trading breaks one after another at 3 different stages of a match? Just a break, broken back, and that happening 3 different times.
I would say that it should be a compliment to the defense and the returning, but I feel that it's also been a bit of a knock on the inability for the server to really have a great serve +1 with intention. So I think that their serving and first shots are not putting the opponent in enough of a defensive position of winning the points outright. So they tussle back and forth, and the resolutions have been a lot of breaks. So it's not sexy to say that there's a lot of breaks in this match, but it's the dynamics of how these two guys are playing with one another.
Just long, if I saw that correctly with my naked eye, the backhand lob from Brumm. More usage of the dropper. Or is it just me notice? Is that me saying that there's more of that recently for Brumm, or are you noticing that too, or more of the dropper being implemented?
He's used it twice in the last 4 games, so I can't say it's a total pattern yet. The way Aspen Schumann brought it out in the 3rd set and really helped her get to the final. We'll have to see. It continues to be a theme for him.
Got that overhead to go, even though it was, beg your pardon, it was a forehand inside out. I lost Ziverts off the screen, and I thought he was on one side. He was on the other, but Brumm would gladly get a hold here. Those have been very hard for him to come by today.
Oh, dude. Feels like to me that if Ziverts is able to get this break here, he might be able to pull away in this match.
Keeping with the tone of pounding a forehand inside out to the backhand side of Ziverts, who thought that Brumm was going to go inside in, Mark, and guessed wrong.
That was a great shot. Nice court position, good footwork, good spacing. That was just a textbook inside out forehand winner. Great job. Good hold.
It's the third hold for Brumm in the match. There he is, Jacob Brumm. 23-15 is his record this year. Had that win against Pacific Beach teenager Trevor Schweida in the quarterfinals. Brumm only lost 2 points on his serve in that third set. And it was a 5th match point with Schweida serving at love 5 in the third that sealed it in an 11-point finishing game.
It's pretty solid here. He's lost a couple first sets and come back and won. So there's a position that it's hard to say someone's comfortable coming from behind. No one wants to lose a set and then have to win both, but he's done it. And it's a pretty solid score in the first round, 2-0 against Hudson Rivera, who's a really good competitor with a nice game that's bound to go to Stanford here in the fall. No, that's well done. It's just important for Ziverts to make some statements with his forehand and prove he can get inside the court and put a forehand away instead of only just having more of a rally-based mentality on the forehand. I know he's a point builder, but he has to actually show that when he gets the right ball, he can come forward too.
You brought up earlier in the day the point builders and then the point annihilators, and I feel like Brumm at times he's fallen into that trap of wanting to win points without building them, which could be better suited for him. what has been an open field here on the men's draw in singles. The 1 seed, Govinanda, also a former UCLA Bruin, came into this event ranked 434 in the world. Lost in the opening round. So did the 2 seed, Alfredo Perez, and the 4 seed, Gage Breimer, all losing in the opening round of the main draw here.
Yeah. Nanda and Breimer, former UCLA Bruins, and Alfredo Perez is former Florida Gator.
Well, we speak of former Florida Gators, and Mark, I want to get your thoughts on Ben Shelton and where you think his game is right now and where you think his game could go. We've seen what it can do in college and what it's starting to do at the elite pro level.
I commentated the NCAA final last year, so I watched Ben Shelton win that. And what was impressive about it was he could have lost to Styler in the very first round. And he was able to get through that match. And at the end, after winning it, his father, Brian Shelton, said, "Hey, what do I need to do to make sure that he's able to transition to the next level?" So right after he has one of the biggest wins of his life and guarantees a U.S. Open wildcard, Brian Shelton was more focused on what can I do to make sure he's ready to make the next level. He was looking for feedback instead of like pouring champagne or having a celebration. And so that attitude, by Brian right there probably typifies why Ben has made that quick transition, because they're constantly trying to work and get better. And Dean Goldfine, who worked with him out there on the tour, made that transition, is obviously one of the best in the business as well. So
that idea of what you just said there, Mark, is to me bringing up a metaphor very much the reaction of, say, a Nick Saban, to take a college football example of it's hard, even when he wins a national championship, to see that he won, because we can continue to get better. He doesn't allow the emotions of the moment, of the destination, take away from this pursuit of the journey and what we can do better. That is always top of mind, more so than celebrating successes.
Jean and Rogers have settled in and really starting to figure out their patterns. They're running 2 completely different types of doubles on their different service games. The servants stay back without much of a poach move on the first point, and then they're running an eye where the server stays back. So it's 2 different looks that they're running on their service games.
Just like in the opening set, Brumm and Zivert in set 2 are at 3-all. And 3 straight games won by Ziverts, of course, in the opening set. Holding at 30 and 15, and then breaking the Rancho Santa Fe native at 30.
Off, trying to find space from the middle. And it's not that you can't hit an inside-out forehand to the corner from the middle. You can, but he had a little bit of a fade on it. Let's go back to full screen to men's doubles. Get into the business end of this match. Strode and Track trying to force a tiebreaker and try to close it out in 2. Young and Rogers trying to break and push it to a match tiebreak.
Mm.
Very active at the net. Oh, that's a great read. Felt the movement. I saw the movement at the top of my screen. He saw it and shredded the forehand up the line. Great read.
What hints, if let's say you're playing at the net there on the serving team side, what hints are you taking to say, all right, I'm going to move middle or I'm going to stay towards the sideline?
Well done. Well, you have to pay attention to the ball that your partner hit. So he had a wide open forehand with time. So he was trying to move, but the ball was just in a great position for the passing shot player to have options. It's much more of a daring move to move when he tried. Not that movement isn't important. Fortune favors the bold in doubles, but you also can go on a suicide mission and take off too early and leave a gaping hole in the court. So right there, for as great of a forehand as he hit, to miss a second serve return into the net there without any energy on it, shame on him. He most certainly needs to get on the blue there. He was still back on the gray and just didn't actually adjust his core position so he could really move through the return. It is doubles. Regardless if he's serving, if he's returning and staying back, he still should be moving forward to produce the ball that he's hitting. Like a volleyball mentality. You've got to set so your partner can spike. Wow.
How about that?
It's a great second shot. He's just ripping and challenging him, but they were able to just hit the little drop volley over the net. Thank you very much. And now we got a tiebreaker. That forehand was in.
And how about this on court 4? Brumm breaks at the 3-all game in the second set to go 4-3 down a set.
That's good. They'll be out there for a while. We'll be back to them. They're not going anywhere. Court 4 is just always going to be there. Court 1's the one that's moving fast, and if we leave it, we're going to miss results. So we got to stick around here. That's a great return. Good second serve. Comes in on the serve and volley, but he breaks posture and just way too much hand action on that volley. because he's a natural serve and volleyer, you think you're just going to always let him have the volleys, but I'd like to see more of a full poach, an actual traditional poach move there. So, yeah, routine 2-all, 15-all point doesn't matter, but here at crunch time, it's nice to have some more teamwork. And there's another rip up the line. Great forehand, and that ball is whistling and it's dipping. If you're on the other side of that trying to volley that, it is not easy to volley.
If Rogers and De Jong win this buster, we're going to a super 10-point tiebreaker in place of a traditional deciding set.
This is a tough spot because he's probably the least comfortable to make that backhand volley there. But you're not going to say, well, let's serve and play both back. Maybe in juniors you might do that, but going right at the net player. See, I don't get that return.
What about it do you not get?
Right there, he just missed a volley badly. I would have told my partner, hey, I'm going line here, and I would have crushed it right at the net, man. Again, him hit another backhand volley. He just missed one. He's thinking about it. Give him another one really quickly and shock him. I would have gone line right there. But that's why I'm in the booth, and that's why they're in the finals of a 15K.
Oh, wow. How do you miss that one?
It's a good move. The ball was fairly low. The ball was on his racket, but it was not above net level. So he has to stay down, stay with that volley. He just kind of took his eye off of it and didn't really catch it flush on the strings. It was slightly in the suburbs of the sweet spot, not in the city on the sweet spot. And that was a big moment.
3's on the board.
Just feels side switch. This feels like De Jong and Rogers have had a little bit of momentum here as of late, but the scoreboard's the scoreboard. And that's what really matters in our sport.
What do you think's given them that momentum?
After losing the first set, they've problem solved how they need to win points as a serving team, and they've gotten some confidence with some of their ground stroke ripping, because that's sort of their role in this match. You're playing traditional sides where the deuce side player is stronger on the forehand, and the ad side player is stronger on the backhand. So that's yeah. See, those are big time forehands. He's shredding those, absolutely shredding those.
What kind of guts does it have to hit such gutsy forehands at this stage of the match, and to really have that belief in yourself that you can do it?
Some people have just been playing that way their whole lives. I think it's just in their nature. Not a good choice.
Why was that tempting for him to do that?
He thought maybe that there was going to be movement, but there wasn't. There's a lot of court and real estate to go to, and it's about setting up your partner. It's not about having a solo winning shot. So definitely wouldn't have advised that one. Right down the gut.
Oh, was that an ace?
T-bomb.
That's 3 points in a row.
Yes, sir. I told you there was momentum.
You did.
Told you there was momentum. I don't have a crystal ball here.
But sometimes I think you do, Mark, because you've pointed out quite a few things over the course of this day that have happened well before it's happened. So sometimes I question if you have one. I think you might.
Wow, that's two really good serves under pressure. Really good serves. My goodness. Okay.
Yeah, staving offset points.
But here is what I'm saying, Brian, is play both back and hit the return right at the net guy. Don't even try anything fancy. Oh, I didn't say give him a pocket forehand volley that was letter high. I mean, I meant like right off the return, go at him. But takes great care of that volley. Gets it done. And we're going match tiebreak over there.
Yeah, so we'll check in on that momentarily. 4-all, second set. Brumm at the line.
Surprise, surprise. Watch the whole breaker in a game, and it's only one game later over here. It's a game and a half later over here.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to another assessment that you made in previewing the way this match was going to play out. You nailed it in saying that we are in for a drawn out, grindy like match.
Yeah, this one can go another hour or it could be done in 7 minutes.
And Ziverts needs just 7 points and he could win it.
That's well played. Brumm comes forward, can't handle the business, decides to throw the drop shot in. Ziverts covers it up the line, plays good position, and it's a great technique on the backhand volley. So even though Ziverts likes to hang back and grind and play the points long, he most certainly understood how to transition there.
What do you like about the placement of that backhand volley and where it was in relation to where he was on the court?
It was high enough for him to go down the line, and Brumm was starting to cheat for the open court. So kind of went on a little short angle back behind, and it's easier to do that when you're in winning position. It's just a very well handled drop shot. He's just backing up so far on the return that he's just leaving hanging curveballs in the middle of the court. Brumm's starting to connect. Much similar to what I was talking about with Anthrop playing a little bit too deep on the return. Sometimes you need to shorten the court and just get the ball back on the other side in a hurry. We don't even see him on the screen. He's in Medvedev land back there.
Yeah, Medvedev land, exactly. Just starting this super tiebreaker deciding set. Men's doubles final.
Great stretch on the forehand. Attempt for the drop volley. Not well played.
Well, apparently, Mark, this momentum is carrying over into the super breaker. And this is to 10 win by 2. Very frequently, though, this week, when playing a tiebreaker, it's been pretty lopsided. Rare to see a tight tiebreaker down the stretch. For Mark Bay, I'm Brian Fenley. Daniel Westhoff is our producer. You are watching Cracked Rackets and our doubles final here, the second stop of a 7-week thrilling USTA Pro Circuit SoCal Summer Series circuit, which is so much fun and such a great opportunity for these players. A little half volley there gone awry.
A huge backhand that was shredded to his toenails. So again, the backhands and forehands on the ground strokes here have been the story. It's always kind of the conversation, like the new age ground strokes in the Luxilon era. Everyone's pounding balls at the net players and challenging them to see how good they are in coverage and volleying. And so far right now, the ground strokers have a slight edge. 3-1.
Jacob Brumm has a slight edge with a 5-4 lead, by the way, men's semifinals over on court 4 as we update you on that score. 5-4, down a set, but up in the second. We'll check in on that after, as we are in the thick of things in this super tiebreaker. Look out there.
Definitely an aggressive play to take a swing volley from that deep and go after the net guy, but I just don't know. Down 3-2 there. I don't want to see you miss the court by 15 feet. It's got to be a way to reel that in somewhere between the blue and not the gray.
Well, how do you decide, Mark, as they change sides here? 4-2, Rogers, DeJong, I should say, leading in this super tiebreaker into the doubles final. When do you, and I know this is a spur of the moment thing, but if you've got a winner to go for the open space when playing doubles or to go at a body shot, what has to work for you to think it's better to go body, or it's better just to hit clear of the opponent and find that open space?
I think he was just a little bit too far back in the court to go for what he tried. And right now, DeJong and Rogers are making it about ground stroking. And so their ground strokes, I think, are a little stronger. Strode and Track. Again, remember, they won the first set and they had some chances to get up a break here in the second and also win the match in straights and a breaker. And they're going to have to put together some good solid doubles here, because it's outside of a few free points on the serve, they've been outplayed in this breaker. Another great. That's why these guys are playing the size that they're playing.
You say the size of their playing just because of the sharpness that they can hit, the angles they can find.
The quality of the strokes that they can hit with their outside shots. It's common. There's lots of ways that you can organize the team on the return, but often the deuce side player has a forehand that they like, and the ad side player has a backhand or a great backhand return. And that's good defense. They built the wall and they figured out a way to offer some type of serve +1 value and not necessarily have to let every point get to a ground stroke. Oh, it was called out.
Oh, that was close.
Great reflexes by De Jong. Wow. Everything going the way of De Jong and Rogers here. An alternate team. We're not even in the draw. And now stranger things have happened. 2 points away. What's the check on court number 4, Brian?
Yeah, let's head over there and
Let's not head over there. Let's just give me the update there.
Oh yeah, as far as what's going on. So it's 5-all second set.
Right.
And Brumm is serving at 15-all, down a set. But yeah, 5-all. He's at the line at 15-all.
Yeah. Well, we can finish up here and crown a champion, and we can get back to the dramatic finish of the second set there.
Get to that, our second side change. We still have women's doubles final to tend to today. But there's no telling how long that men's semifinal. It definitely has the makings of potentially going into a deciding set, which would not be a surprise.
Put it out. I think they could put the match on this court. Professional tournaments always make a schedule of what court you're supposed to be on, but they reserve the right to move the court.
Yeah.
I think the ladies would probably come out after a award ceremony here if these other guys split sets. Yeah, they'd probably do that.
Here we go. Match points, championship points, and a surplus of them. 9-4. And how things have changed after the first set disappointment, the setback, the loss from De Jong and Rogers, and how they have turned things around. Cements the trophy with a forehand ripped in the courts. And what a rebound from the opening set. A championship and a trophy for De Jong and Rogers' mark here in San Diego at the 15K level event at the University of San Diego.
A great win. Truly. For the first set and a half, I most certainly would have thought it would have gone the other way. but they just got better and better at holding and breaking down the other team's wall. So De Jong and Rogers, well-deserved championship.
Brumm getting better and better at holding as we see him serving, trying to hold here. Had one hold in the opening set. That was it. I said more than that in the second, and trying to get us to 6-5 in this single semifinal. Awaiting Jack Anthrop, who won earlier today. We'll be waiting to see who he plays in tomorrow's final.
Brumm showing a lot of angst and disgust after missing that forehand. He's looking to the side. Whoever's here supporting with him. He's disappointed he's not able to consolidate that wide open lane, but there's no such thing as an easy shot in tennis. Sometimes the same shot that you'd make under no pressure, when the pressure is different, it's not that easy.
Third deuce game of the second set. Well, there's that forehand. He's been, what I have to admire, Mark, is that even when it's not working, he's stubborn a little bit. And if you stay with it, sometimes it pans out pretty well for him.
I think he's just in a see ball, hit ball kind of mentality. I think that if it's short, you're supposed to step up and cooperate. Like that's so it doesn't matter if you've been missing or not. If Sivert is backing off and giving him opportunities, and he needs to take advantage of them. And I think that's the difference. These are seasoned 24-year-old guys. When we were talking earlier, as we were watching young Aspen Schumann play, I mean, she's only 15, so she's still working on learning. She's 9 years younger than these guys in some of these same moments, and she found a way to do it, you know, with her comfort zone and execution based on her game in this present moment.
Clenched fist in the air for Brumm, who threw deuce, saves his serve, and walks with confidence back to the chair at 6-5. We are going to have a bit of a trophy ceremony here for our doubles champ. Pictures are in order.
A wonderful thing.
You'll see those pictures on each one of their Instagrams in about 2 minutes.
That's probably true as well.
Meanwhile, this one is going into 2 hours, officially 2 hours match time here of our second men's semifinal. Zivert's the qualifier. Lost a break lead after the re-break here in the second. What's his mentality going into this one in fighting to get it to a tiebreaker?
I don't think anything's changed. I think he's just going to get the serve in play and start getting consistent with working the forehands. I think I was initially wrong there because he immediately took the first ball and applied pressure and transitions, and I didn't think he would do that. So I stand corrected there. He was looking to not allow Brumm to have time and opportunity there, but point ended up resetting, and Brumm missed the ground stroke wide. Not sure if he'll keep that, if he'll keep this or not. Let's see.
3 forehands, 3 backhands from Ziverts in that last point.
Misses that one. Falling backwards. Got to hit with a lot of height as he did, but somehow still missed the mark. Not enough spin on it to bring it back down.
What do you think about his first serve? Could he be putting more behind it, or he just more of an onus on getting it in?
Yeah, he like I said, he's tossing it a little bit to the right of him and hitting more of a predominantly slice-based serve. He's not trying to bring the heat. He could do something a little bit different with the toss location and his wrist action, and he could hit some different serves, but he just goes with that one. Able to get a free point on it. If you keep it in the box, good things will happen.
Yeah, even when it's a slowish moving second serve, and Brumm threw his hands in the air in disgust after he couldn't attack and do much with that second serve from Ziverts.
Well, he knows better. He's up 6-5 and 15 all.
Ziverts well on his way to ushering in a second set tiebreaker after Brumm brushes a forehand off course. Yeah, it looks like as we continue on with this men's semifinal, the women's doubles final is going to happen on court 1. So we'll check that out as that gets ready to go within a few minutes. Kimmi, Hance and Fangran Tien, pair of UCLA Bruins, set to take on Malika Rapolu and Anita Sadieva. No holding back with that rocket of a cross-court forehand from Brumm. This would be his first tiebreak set this week at this event. Ziverts, this would be number 2 for him. Needed a second set tiebreaker to win in straights against Mitchell Harper in the second round and won that 7-3.
Oh, he wasn't sure. He's thinking it was wide. The ref says it's good.
Two cross-court winners, both on the forehand side, have been the outcomes of these first 2 points of the breaker.
Wow, that's big time.
All forehand winners for these 3 points, and Brumm showing off that versatility, Mark, and going cross court and then just throwing his body into one going down the line.
Yeah, that's a Braveheart move right there.
It's a Mark Bay special.
I can't say it's a Mark Bay special. I'm not a guy that red lines inside ends. That's not not the way I played back in the day. I mean, it was a while ago. 85 to 89, I played tennis balls on a college court. And then a little bit after that, played some of this 15K qualifying and future stuff. So it was late 80s, early 90s for me. Oh my goodness.
Where is this coming from?
He's
From
feeling-
Brumm.
Well, that's what Ziverts is saying actually right now. Where is this coming from, bruh? BRUH, bruh. Got to use the current phraseology, the way these guys would use it. It's great timing for Brumm, though. See if he can maintain it. It's just good tennis.
And the smarts to come forward. What did you think about that decision in the read that Brumm saw there?
Love it. I think that instead of him trusting that he's going to be able to rope 4 more winners, I'd much rather him take some short balls and come in and actually knock off volleys and take the pressure off of sustaining such a Del Potro-like early part of the tiebreaker to use a blast from the past there. See, Ziverts is figuring, okay, I'll play percentages and I'll make some balls, I'll compete, and this guy beat himself. Like, that's what he was thinking until all these winners started raining all over the place.
Got it past him on the backhand.
Understand, but Ziverts is thinking, okay, maybe I need to come in now and apply some pressure. But there's a little bit of a geometry lesson he just learned, because the ball that he hit, when he contacted it, he was already in the doubles alley. So that ball had to curve back into the court. Didn't mean that Brumm had to move very far, and it creates a nice lane for the passing shot. So, yeah, this one is really gone in a different direction.
Well, we're about to see what kind of direction this women's doubles final is going to go, with it about to start here. Malika Rapulu and Anita Sadieva taking on Kimmi Hance and Fangaran Tien. While they continue to engage in warm-ups, Brumm has won 5 of 6 points in this, what is turning into being a lopsided breaker.
Been a lot of blowout breakers this tournament the last couple days. Been a bit of a theme. Wow, that is really about all she wrote for this breaker.
Yeah, that forehand push long was a sign that Ziverts is ready for the deciding set, if I'm not mistaken. What do you think?
He's not ready. He's just annoyed by the fact that this tiebreaker has gone heavily in the favor. He just has felt that Brumm has been up and down as a player all match, and then he just wasn't for this breaker. So he feels like it's a complete role reversal.
Another fist pump, and for good reason for that man on the near side, Jacob Brumm, the 24-year-old, coming back and taking the second set against a fellow 24-year-old in Ziverts. And a deciding set will be needed to figure out who is going to play Anthrop in tomorrow's final. Kimmi Hance will start at that service position to kickstart the opening set. Teammate, not just in this doubles partnership, but in college. Bangran Tien came away with a single semifinal win earlier today, knocking off the 1 seed, Samantha Crawford. Topsy-turvy start for Hance. In danger of getting broken at love out of the gates. Dieva, the lefty, misses on a strike down the line. Well, we will see Tien in tomorrow's final. She'll be taking on Schumann, Aspen Schumann, the 15-year-old. So not the ideal beginning for Hansen Tien, surrendering the break at the onset of this opening set. Let's check in on a third set that is about to get started on court 4, men's semis. Jacob Brumm winning that second set by way of a tiebreaker with a multitude of forehand winners of the cross-court and down-the-line variety. He had multiple forehand winners, multiple fist pumps in the breaker, and for good reason. Apolu surfing now in women's doubles. All the while, here is Zivert ready to get this third set underway. Brumm is really hitting his targets. The common denominator for him is sit big with the forehand and hope for the best. And after an uncomfortable number of errors on the forehand side towards the opening set, those have been few and far between. Great defense, covering the line so well. Zivert's on his backhand side, having to deal with some really hard struck down the line forehands from Brumm, and weathering that onslaught in a match that has gone 2 hours and 15 minutes. Where service holds have been seldom achieved, to put it plainly and to put it succinctly. After dropping the first point in this service game, Zivert's 3 straight points and shut the door on this game here with this upcoming point.
That's a nice job by Zivert, in my opinion. Sitting down, accepting the situation. He has to play another third set. He's okay with it. And he has to also pay attention to the fact that Brumm has raised his level. You know, he didn't just win the tiebreaker. He actually proved that he can hit the big shots and also come forward. So maybe he's going to need to make a slight adjustment himself and come forward a little bit himself, and also not leave so many hanging curveballs in the middle of the court for, excuse the baseball analogy, but it really is that, because I feel like if you're hitting a ball with moderate topspin that doesn't go deep, it's really kind of sitting there for the killing. And Brumm is going to look to take those balls. I think that a little bit of scoreboard pressure, like Zivert's has put on him by making him serve at 0-1, serve from behind, is exactly the start he needed. And we'll see if Brumm can get back to the formula that got him the second set.
Last service game for Brumm, he held at 5-all in a 7-point game.
Oh,
Sneaky good. You said the level raise, Mark. How about the confidence raise as well to take shots like that and then to execute them?
I think that pressure performance is going to make the difference here, and I like that. Oh, some great points at women's doubles. A nice close by Brumm.
Brumm was part of that men's doubles team that won this event last year. Has never won an ITF singles title. Trying to get into tomorrow's championship to get one step closer to have that maiden victory. A little tentative with that forehand cut. Sprays it wide. Five. Oh, go for it, Mark.
That was a double fault there, so it's big moments here. Zivrit's having an opportunity to go up 2-love.
That would be 5 straight service games for Brumm where he's given up at least 2 points from the returner.
Oh, wow.
You let it all out there, knowing what was at stake, and saves a break point, which if it went against him would have been, I don't know if cataclysmic would have been the right word, but certainly momentum shifting.
Strong start by Saudi Avon. Up 3-1 in the final. Oh my goodness, you let down. Instead of running and getting that volley, intercepting it in the air, and sticking it with authority to the service line. He kind of took the last step, a little casual, and tried to angle float it, and it just landed wide. It's just a huge moment to miss in a careless way. Oh, goodness.
And lost traction with that forehand, and it seemed as if Brumm was falling off of his normal balance when taking that cross court, hitting it off of his back feet.
I agree. I think that's a fair assessment of that. And that's why Ziverts is annoyed by the tiebreaker. He's like, what happened to this guy? This is the Brumm I wanted in the second set. Yeah, Brumm does a great job on the overhead. Simple technique, good shoulder turn. Athletically gets back and covers well. Great job on the overheads.
"17 minutes of this 2-hour and 25-minute match so far have taken place in this third set.
Yeah, great job. Great hold. For sure. Was up against it a little bit.
Yeah, stiff arms, the scare that Ziverts was giving Brumm, but I go back to that point, Mark, that you so well pointed out as far as from a tactical standpoint and from a technique standpoint, when Ziverts had all this open court and missed the forehand volley. That was a point that might haunt Ziverts as Brumm draws level in the third. Carving that one off very nicely, sawing it off, if you will, for Brumm.
A little bit of early momentum in the third set for Ziverts, and Brumm has answered the bell and clearly is just behaving like he wants this just as bad. And it's a weird statement to say someone wants it bad. Of course they want it bad. They're competing hard and they both want to win, but I just think that the behavioral pattern of what you do when you're confident and when you're executing, sometimes you can show the determination and the hunger for things, and that can actually be a difference maker.
Is a lot of that body language related?
It most certainly is. Not sure if that was going to be in that passing shot. It was so close to the line. He had to make a stab at it. That could have been wide. Triple break point now.
Yeah, this is not a place that Zivert has ever been in this match. Triple break point on his serve. Quells one of those break chances with a service winner and a successful tee serve.
Here come the Bruins over here on court one.
They're trying to pull off a love break themselves.
Hance and Tien gotten their teeth in this match finally. A little bit of a slow start, but now they're starting to step up their returns and their crossing. And there's the break for 3-all.
Chances gone awry for Brumm. 3 break chances evaporate. The third because of a backhand mistake. And now we go to a deuce. Brumm had tons of opportunities to sink his teeth into this third set. Four points, one in a row for Zivert's. Multiple service winners in this game. He's making about 67% of his first serves right now. So Zivert's holds. Backed himself in a bit of a quandary, but didn't seem to be phased. 5 straight points, keeping things on serve in the deciding set. Women's doubles final.
Just as they broke back, this is just a seesaw swing of games. Tien serving and down love 40 here. Tadeas returning in the ad court. Putting a lot of pressure. Big forehand return.
Couple of errors there from Tien at the end of that 7th game. Polu and Tadeas have the lead returning to them.
Ball got on a hurry. Might have been a decent idea to put a lob up there, but it also had a lot of lefty spin on it. Tadeas being, a lefty, it's a little bit to adjust to after coming back from playing with Crawford, who hit a really clean, traditional right-handed but heavy ball earlier, and now adjusting to Tadeas' ball. It's probably considerably different to receive that type of shot.
there for the what'd you call that, Mark? A blocked back volley, just in the right place.
Just good coverage. Good down the line net coverage. Bit of a block volley to the open court. Like about Sadiyev and Rapolo, they're just not waiting around. There isn't a long patience game with how quickly they're going to cross. If they have a ball with any type of moderate speed to it, they're going to intercept it. And couple that with just the adjustments that righties have to make when you have to play against a lefty in doubles. It's a nice advantage. You can get a lefty and a righty together.
Brumm serving on the right side and on the far side. What kind of chances does Brumm have, Mark, when he's making only 51% of first serves?
That's a fair question. I still think he has a chance because of the way that this is just much more of a baseline game. This is not like we're watching an Isner versus Opelka type of match. It's the serve percentages can be low, and as long as the player does a good job off the ground, you can still win a match like this, in my opinion. Ideally, you want your serve percentage in the high 60s and low 70s, but this hasn't been the case here.
All but one game in this deciding set. The returner has won at least 2 points.
I love the move by Ziverts to change clothes, give himself a fresh start, accept the responsibility of having to go back to work again. I love that.
Big chances for Brumm, or excuse me, chances to hold for Brumm. Tags the forehand wide. That was close. Or was that? Yeah. Just out. That's the four. Oh, I beg your pardon. That was out too. So that's back-to-back cross-court errors from Brumm. Making the same kind of mistakes here.
Nice stretch by Tien. It's important. Let him hang in there and try to hold serve and put the pressure back on Rapolo and serve it out.
Did he get that one to go, Mark?
I felt that it was long. If it was called good, then I think they missed the call there. It most certainly, I saw a little bit of space.
He's a daredevil. He got it. It looks as if he did. At least that's the call.
That's the call. I think it was just a wee bit long, but without an instant replay, can't be sure. Yes, this just goes back and forth, this match. It's hard to believe. The one stat that I'd love to know is how many unforced errors have happened when someone has actually had game point. So they've lost the game point by making an unforced error back. I would like to venture to say that that statistic is a very high number in this match.
I could tell you that we've had 3 straight deuce games. To your point about this being a teeter-totter like match. And we play this. Yeah, we play on here after a forehand approach shot sent long by the moving in Ziverts. Ziverts has won 9 more points over the entirety of this match.
Oh, that's just not gonna go. That's just a severe angle he's trying to chop a drop shot on. Just hit another forehand. It's a good serve, and it's a good backhand up the line in the open court. So he's ahead in the point off the serve +1. So I like it. And then that defense by Ziverts creates a super hack drop shot angle, severe. Oh my goodness, that's got to be another forehand, inside out. End of story. Just too many game points erased by unforced errors. And then he plays. Then he plays an outstanding point that's that simple and that clean. I love some of these points, but it's definitely it's daggering to himself.
Well, and it's not consistent. It's one and then
well, and then to play the ad point.
a 4th game point is what we needed to solve this 4th game of this 3rd set, Mark. 2-all, 2 hours and 43 minutes, and no signs of that one ending anytime soon.
Well, first set goes to Sarajevo and Rapolu. But now with a double fault there, Hance and Tian start off the second set with a break and maybe a chance for some new life.
Ziverts hasn't played a match longer than 2 hours and 15 minutes this week, so well above that. At 2:44, the time, 2 hours and 45 minutes coming up. That's the amount of time it took for Brumm to win his quarterfinal against Trevor Schweida.
Well, we have 6 matches scheduled today, and only one of them was a quick one. You know, this is the semifinals and finals of 15K level, and talked about it before. It's really an any given Saturday type of atmosphere out here, and it's going the distance with a lot of great competition and adjustments, and obviously there's some ebb and flow, and some mistakes are going to be made. I don't want to be tough on Brumm right now. I sound a little bit callous or challenging relative to some of those mistakes on game points. I think the type of mistakes she makes in a message to the opponent, and mistakes are inevitable, but you want to be careful about the types that you make, and everybody knows the definition of insanity, right? So
Yeah,
I'm going to try to limit the amount of bad mistakes you're making in key moments.
well, if you are thinking about Ziverts and Brumm and their push to climb up the rankings, eventually get themselves into challengers, and then grow from there, is it what is, and I don't want to say hindering them, but what they need to work on to take the next steps in their games? Is it that consistency? We saw signs of Brumm in the tiebreaker hit excellent forehands, but then that isn't carrying over as much in, say, the next set, and it's being able to sustain a level for longer stretches of time.
That's the mark of any true professional, Brian. Doesn't matter. Are you Joker in tennis? Are you Joker in basketball? Are you Jordan? Are you Tom Brady? It just doesn't matter. Whoever it is, the hardest thing to do in all sports is to maintain your level. Many people can do some great things, but to do things for extended periods and extended periods of time, extended parts of careers under the highest of pressure, that really, separates good from great. So yeah, these guys will have to be more consistent in what they do.
Some pressure mounting on Ziverts as that Brumm forehand, connected. And could Brumm win a game on the return? That's a point away from being a reality. And there goes that threat with an ace. Targeted out wide. And that extends the streak of consecutive games going into a deuce to 4 straight.
We have a deciding point here at the ladies doubles final. And they go up 2-0. The Bruins. Here they come.
comes Brumm. With his eyes on a break. He has broken Ziverts 4 times. It will stay at 4 for now, with a thundering forehand finish in the court from the 24-year-old.
I think all of the pressure that Brumm has been applying is starting to take a toll on Ziverts. He's clearly not covering the corners and digging out some of those first balls as well as he did early on in the match. It is harder to assume that counter-attacking role and keep running balls down. It's much better in tennis to play some of the match on your own terms.
How about that?
One of the best points of the match, actually. One of the best points of the match. Great moving, great ball striking from both players. And a courageous backhand up the line from Brumm.
Yeah, and anytime you can get a full extension air punch in, you know things are going your way, as they are there, breaking his opponent for the 5th time on 15 break chances.
Ladies doubles final, I like Tien trying to rip that ground stroke and come in behind it and build the wall with Hance at the net. But immediately as they sensed that the wall was there, Sadieva played a great topspin lob up over Hance. Tien tried to go and cover, but couldn't get there. Great shot selection on the lob. So 6-3 for Sadiego Rapolu, serving at the top of the screen. 2-love in the second set. Hance Tien. Hance receiving. Deuce court. The service game that they've been holding the easiest all match long. And that's why. What a great serve halfway up the sideline with lefty cut. Just a difficult one to deal with. Great 1-2 punch. Let's see if Mr. Brumm can put together some good combinations here. That's really well played. I think Ziverts has really picked up his level on the forehand here between set 2 and set 3. There's a lot more of a just trying to shape it and keep it going. And he's starting to hit it a little bit better, a little bit harder, a little cleaner. I think he can, because he's moving well, I think he should be able to take more risk. The going further down the lines is all in relation to how well you move and what position you're in.
Ooh,
I jinxed him. I gave him the overhead compliment.
you did.
That's the commentator jinx if I've ever seen it. First overhead he's missed all day right after I said he had a great overhead.
So how does he take that overhead and have more success from a technique standpoint?
He got to turn his shoulder. He was facing the court and got caught. Ended up kind of stumbling physically, and his shoulders were open to the court, and he powered it down. Once you feel like you're not in good position for the ball, then that's not when you try to give it full gas. You got to be realistic that you can't really hit that one that hard. Not happy about that. The down the line was open. She just didn't hit it well enough. Oh, that pass is in there. Mr. Brumm is getting hyped. I tell you one thing. Jack Anthrop and Aspen Schumann are both happy that these matches are going long.
Yeah.
Aspen's like, hey, get out there and play some dubs. Grind it out. And Jack Anthrop is listening to some 80s rock and roll, some Def Leppard. He told me that's what he likes to listen to cool down. He's got some food and his feet up and enjoying watching this while he's chilling in the hotel room.
Looks to the heavens and says, Mark, that's what you told me to do with the overhead smash. Much better results. And how about this, Mark? I want to throw this at you really quickly. So that's the 11th, or excuse me, we stay at 10 breaks to serve because of the hold. But only the second time where we've had a break, and in the next game we didn't have a break or a re-break. So we've had that happen, back-to-back breaks 4 different times, spanning over this match, and just the second time we've had a break and then a hold after it, which is interesting, I think. What I think. Jacob Brumm has been on the court this week in what is his 4th main draw match. 9 hours and 16 minutes. And this is a 3rd set. That is 50 minutes in.
Hardest thing to do is to get that separation.
What makes it the hardest part? Because I see exactly what you're saying.
In a match that's just had a certain conversation and ebb and flow to actually change the narrative. Tell you one thing, you don't feel that there could be the way Jack Anthrop was able just to hold twice and be done with the match with Keegan. You don't feel that it's a guarantee that Brumm is going to hold out here. There could be more to the story here. Ziverts, particularly if he holds, keeps it closer. Like we just did.
It's a hold for Ziverts. Back-to-back holds. We had our break a serve at 2-all. Only break a serve in the third set.
That's a nice job. Good hands by Hance, and they've really turned this around. They have found a way to do a better job on returning, and they've actually made a lot more plays at the net, and they're starting to do a good job of serving down the middle. So UCLA Lady Bruins have turned this doubles final 6-3 for Sadieva and Rapolu, and now 4-1 Hance and Tien. Particularly with Tien having such a strong run in singles. She's been one of the best players on the court during the beginning 2 weeks of this pro circuit tournament. It's up to her, I think, right now. She's a little bit more laid back and quiet. She needs to compose herself on this match a little bit. Not just in emotionally picking up Hance, but to cut across, make a few plays, take a few big groundies or returns, and make some statement shots. Most certainly in college tennis, some of the top players on teams can take over doubles matches emotionally and with shots. And I think it can hold true for a 15K level as well.
How many times? I was going to say, how many times do you think the fleeting thought, Mark, of Tien while playing this doubles final is looking ahead to tomorrow's singles final?
I don't think she's there at all. She's a pretty mature kid. I think she had a big break and had some food and relaxed, and she's excited to play with her teammate. And I think she's 100% engaged out there. I don't think that Tomorrow's factoring in. I think she wants to win right now.
Good counter from Brumm.
No, that's too bad. It's a good ball from Hance through the middle. A lot of times when you're playing in doubles matches, it's a smart choice to hit through the middle as you're transitioning. So then it takes away angle, and then you can hopefully get a ball that you can create angle with. It just was a little bit too high for her. And I love how the ladies are all looking to come forward and comfortable with their net games and their volleys. And there's none of this yours and mine and blame game. And everyone's really trying to get touches and be active. So I was actually truly impressed down in Lake Nona with the quality of the doubles at the NCAA team tournament and the individuals. It was really a pretty high level all the way across the board.
Another big emotional outburst from Jacob Brumm, and justifiably so. He is one game away from tomorrow's final. Has not been broken, Brumm, in this third set. And has just one break chance on his serve in this third set. So he's done a much better job, Mark, of protecting his serve. Brumm, after there were moments where he would get broken in back-to-back service games. What do you think about the way he's been able to find something there? A little bit more composure with his serve.
I think he's just been able to limit some of the poor choices this set. He's had more great shots than poor choices in this set as this relationship to overall points he's played.
How did he get that by?
Great footwork. Really quiet feet, got behind the ball and used the pace of Zivert's approach shot. Oh, look at the move. That is an outstanding move.
And that is a very painful miss with a full swing backhand approach shot well wide.
But Zivert, if you counted how many times he's hit a backhand approach with the intent to come forward this match, it's a low number. So even though it looks like it's an easy shot, he just actually hasn't gone to that well and tried to use that shot that often this match. Looks like we're coming down to some fantastic finishes on both of these matches.
A +1 and a forehand winner for Sieverts.
And we're a point away from a match tiebreak in the ladies doubles championship as well. And there it is. Game in second set. Hance 6-1. So they're going match tiebreak in the ladies doubles championship. And let's see here if Mr. Brumm can close on the returning end.
Broke Sieverts once in this third set at 2-all. That's the only break of serve we had. A total of 10 breaks spanning this 3-hour, 11-minute semifinal match.
Got too close to it. I don't get that one. The moment it was too close to his hip, most certainly is not a down the line choice.
What would you have done instead?
Oh, the moment you're jammed like that, you have no choice. You go back cross court and you go high, as high and deep as possible, so Brumm doesn't have a clean looking and on the rise shot. That's the only option right there. No, Sieverts is in a bad situation here after a bad unforced error and a fault. He needs to settle down. Nope, see, I felt it. I felt that he was really upset about the backhand and the situation. And
what tipped off that feeling? Was it just like the body language part of it?
He didn't flush the backhand miss. The nature of the backhand miss was poor relative to the way he's played. He's a real solid, smart guy. Made a bad choice there and then rushed to serve. And yeah, I just felt it. And then Brumm doesn't put the return in play.
But isn't that just the story of this match in a way?
That was a good serve. So let's give respect to the T serve. It was a good serve. But that is the epitome of the blind leading the blind statement. But I don't know. Maybe Mr. Brumm sees the light, or maybe Mr. Sieverts pulls a Schumann and comes back. Oh, wow.
He had that shot in the bag, and that's going to work so well.
He is feeling it. And I mentioned it before when he missed down the line early in the broadcast. I wasn't ripping on the technique. He's got a nice compact backhand, but it's much better if he's closer to the baseline inside the court going forward like that. He's hit some great ones here in the last set and a half, but it's been from closer to the baseline, not as deep in the court.
Here's the second match point.
And Mr. Brumm guts it out.
Kneeling down in elation, coming over and showing the nice sportsmanship and the high five to Sieverts, as we have our final all set up with Anthrop going to be taking on Brumm tomorrow. We've got the exaggerated tiebreaker for this third set. Non-traditional 10-2. Rapolu is serving on the ad side at TN. I asked after the semifinal win for Tien earlier today in singles how she's going to use the time in between matches until she played tonight / this afternoon's doubles final. And she said stretching, and more stretching. That was her way of saying, this is how I'm going to recover. But it, as you said, it probably was very beneficial, the fact that she needed just a little bit over an hour to win her singles semifinal and was able to conserve some of that energy for this one.
Yeah, she's tired. She's sore, but again, this is only an hour of tennis, and the singles was only an hour. So let's face it. She's been on the court for 2 hours and 6 minutes. But Schumann was on the court over 3 hours.
Yeah, 3 hours, way more than in one match than in 2 matches for Tien.
That was a heck of a return. She got some great angle on it, and even though Sadieva's lefty, she was extended and wasn't able to get any leverage on the shot. She has a bunch of KT tape on her shoulder as well. So everybody towards the tail end of the tournament is getting a little dinged up, and it's a bit of a survival of the fittest out here.
How much tape would you use in matches when you were at the height of your career?
I had a piece of KT tape on my body ever. I don't even know if they had it back then. I played in the Stone Ages, but that's a great choice. I don't know about the down the line choice that Sadieva and Rapolo made there, but good coverage by Hance and Tien, and they have done a formidable job, really. They were being outplayed, I thought. I didn't think that they played their best, but they were being outplayed in terms of doubles and X's and O's and execution. And they just throttled down and started doing the basics better. And oh my gosh.
How did that stay in the court from Tien?
Ooh, but I tell you, that was some serious ground stroke patience. And Sadieva was just like, hey, I'm going to wait you out. And Tien was like, girl, you don't know how steady I am. And they're just going putting a little, I'm not going to miss first, that conversation. And then they go line at Hance, and Hance really should have put the volley away and didn't. That's how it became a scramble point there at the end. But yeah, it's just a little bit of this competitive toughness and resolve that the Bruins are showing here at the tail end of this match. They've taken the momentum from the second set and they've kept it going. You can hear the communication with the you and mine. I love that they are so good at having a captain out there and quarterbacking and letting the person know which ball is theirs and not. That's a big part of it. But to me, Sarajevo and Rapolo have made this about trying to hit through Tien off the ground. And there's a reason why she's in the singles final. She's solid. It's gotten away from doubles for them.
Oh, wow. How about that get off the court early in the point from Hance, somehow to flick it back over on the other side?
Yeah, good hands from Hance, pun intended. But I like I'm saying before, this is a momentum shift that they have just run with. They've had great energy, but more importantly, they've executed. How many? Hang on, I jinxed her. I was going to say, how many balls that are makeable balls have they missed in the last 25 minutes? And that maybe was the first one. They've just done such a great job of taking care of the. I would consider it just sort of the meat and potatoes of a doubles match.
When they played, they faced off against each other in singles second round this week, Hance and Tien. And Tien 6-1, 6-1 winner.
Oh, wow, that was a frozen rope. Didn't even see it go by.
What's it like when, like, so this doubles duo of Tien and Hance are in the lead here. They're playing really well together. But what can you learn about your doubles teammate when facing off against them in singles?
I think in this case, they train and practice and travel with each other. I think they know everything already, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So I think it might be a little different if you're playing with someone and you don't normally play with them and you pick up things just in the way you guys play a match, and then that can help you in a singles match against them. I think it'd be a little different. Oh,
Right to the body.
Some good stuff. They hung in there. They built the wall, and they said, "Hey, try to get it by us." And Tadeas and Rapolo chose not to go with the lob. They chose to challenge them and go after them with succession of ground strokes, and they stood up to the challenge. They handled the pace. They covered, good 2/3 coverage, not letting anything get by, and now that earns them several match points. I like the move. She missed it, but it's the right move. It's a lefty forehand versus her backhand poach, but you're up 9-4 there. You take a call, you cut across, and you just got to move through it and stick that volley. But I like the move.
Staying in it, fighting off a couple of match points.
And that's how big comebacks start. You start it small, you just got to go one at a time. Sadieva and Rapolo are both pretty even here, and let's see what kind of play the Bruins come up with. Oh, Tien, that is not the easiest thing. To take a ball you're receiving from a left-hander that's coming into your body like that, and then try to run around. She ended up getting really late there. May have needed to take it as a backhand, but now it gets serious. And that's uncharacteristic. So after being in a really strong position here at 9-4, 2 gutsy points by Sadieva and Rapolo and 2 missed forehands by the NCAA champion. And it's 8-9.
And this run is continuing 5 straight.
Love it. Absolutely love it. That's a lefty forehand poach. She should be looking for that ball to not let it get back to her partner. And you know the other team doesn't want to miss the returns. They're going to probably take a little bit off to make it. So it's a great time to go. It's a big time play at a critical moment. The Bruins here, 5 match points, and
all gone by the wayside.
yeah, that's a thing of the past now.
Rapolo has one more service point to take care of. That, oh, what a great decision, Mark, for Tien to go over like that.
Gutsy. I have a saying. It's a Mark saying. You have to do what's right because it's right. And looking for the ball and making a move like that is much better than being nervous and scared about the last few points you've lost.
There it is on a 6th match point. It's the UCLA duo winning the doubles trophy here in San Diego. 11-9 victors in the super tiebreaker over Sadieva and Rapolo.
It's a big, big victory. Really, really nice.
Well, that finishes a day of semifinals and singles, doubles finals on both sides. And Mark, we have just 2 more matches to go. Singles finals tomorrow. And it all gets started at 11 a.m. local time, but a lot of fun today here on a Saturday.
It was. I feel like it was a second ago we started. I know there was a little drizzle to be difficult on us, but we were so blessed to have a great day. Tien obviously showcased why she's NCAA champion and doing so well, winning quickly. But after that, we went the distance in every single match after that. We went to match tie breaks in both doubles finals, and we had 3 singles, 3 setters, many of them well over 3 hours. And if I'm not mistaken, the loser of the first set won all the matches. I think that's correct. Schumann down a set in the break won. Anthrop down a set won.
Yep.
Brumm loses the first set and wins. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also
Well,
and these doubles finals as well. De Jong and yeah, they lost the first set. And here the UCLA team. So we have 5 actual matches that went the distance, in every single case the person that won the first set lost the match. I don't know if that is ever a trend or a thing that happened, but that's what happened today. So exciting tennis. It's been fun. It's been a pleasure. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I love the Southern Cal Pro Series. I think it's just a great idea, and I'm so excited to have been part of this today, and so thankful that Crack Rackets has the opportunity to present this, and obviously thanks again to you, Brian, and to Daniel Westhoff, who's always the MVP of all these productions.
he really is. If you have him on your team, a lot of good things are going to happen. Cracked Rackets, so much fun. Mark Bay, I'm Brian Fenley. We get things underway with the women's final tomorrow at 11 a.m. local time with Tien and Schumann, and then followed by, we're not going to have these simultaneously, followed by Anthrop and Brumm to figure out our singles finals. Mark, this was fun. We'll do it again tomorrow, and we look forward to it. Shout out to Chris Boyer with the USDA Pro Circuit and the SoCal Series and all he has done, the University of San Diego, of course, and what they have done. Much more to decide, and it's Sunday finals, and we'll have it all for you here. And as you said, thanks again to Daniel Westhoff and the Crack Rackets team for making this possible. We will catch all of you tomorrow at 11 a.m. here in San Diego for the start of singles finals.